All right. All right. As people trickle in, I'll begin talking. Man, oh man, I hate this. Here I am in the middle of conversation, ready to tell people about the fires, and boom. Ah, oh well. Alright. Hey, welcome back, Sherlock. Good to see somebody's come back. I hate this. Thank you so much for that reminder. Man, oh man. I never do get everybody back. That's been the number one thing that's hurt my channel too. It's the fact that people who are casually listening may have walked away from the stream for a bit. They just see it's ended, and then so they just flip to other channels. No, you don't. You shouldn't. That's. I know that that's YouTube's fault, and no, that was a helpful reminder. Because even worse than having to restart is what if I had started the middle of the next conversation. People are starting to wake up now, so at least the subscribers will get the new indicator that I've started a new stream. But I'm glad that it happened this early and not later, because this is when people over their morning coffee, check in with stuff. And so if I had cut it off later, it would have been worse. So thank you. But it's just sad to see, 18, 25 people watching or something, and then I restart the stream and I get about 7. That's just. And then the worst thing about YouTube is it doesn't have a pop-up on people's phones such as stream has been restarted. It just says over. So I'm very, very critical and angry about that situation. So hopefully, though, in the future they'll fix that. But in the meantime, I might just be looking for another platform. So when people file back in, Chimp6 says, yes, I leave your stream up most of the day when I need to go do stuff. Well, thank you. I'm honored. And that actually helps keep my ratings up when people do that. So thank you, thank you. The hardest part here too is just having explained something, and about 15 minutes later somebody comes in and says, can you explain that? So then I have this dilemma, like, should I go back and explain what I just explained, or the people who are still listening going to be bored to tears? Cool, Sherlock, you got the pop-up. Okay, see, look, we got 4 people back. Yeah, we just got 4 people right now. I think I am one of my own viewers. So, but, yep, people are coming back. Good. So, I guess what I could do is just start with the creek fire here. And if people need to know about it, I could, maybe we should start time stamping. Yeah, that would be something that you could do, Sherlock, or anybody else who wanted to. Put comments that have timestamps, like Creek Fire Update, Bobcat Fire Update began at this point, at this point in time. In fact, I should be doing it, but I just realized that would be amazing. So let me go and put the chat rules back up. Let me put the chat rules back up. Somebody's asking if I'm on Facebook. I should probably make a Facebook page for this kind of work. But, I was not prepared for this. All I wanted to do was make documentary videos. I never thought I'd go live or do anything of that sort. I don't know that I have the time to constantly refresh social media, But, maybe if I even had monthly updates, people would want to know about my activities. Let's see here. I do want to go and make these documentaries now more than ever because so many special places are disappearing. It's just been so sad. Watching this, seeing, excuse me, I'm trying to put the chat rules up. Seeing so many historical buildings and not just, people's properties now and people being affected, But the history, we can't get back at all. You know, it's just and if nobody documented it, like nobody even knows what was there. I've gone to tour ghost towns before, and I'm just waiting for people to come back. Thank you for coming back, guys. I'm just waiting to read the Creeks Fire information. I'm putting my chat rules back in, so that's in comments. But I just thought about that. Maybe I should do a timestamp comment of like, when do I do updates on this and when do I do that, and then I can refer people to the timestamp. So yeah, if you could, Sherlock, that would be amazing. Write down notes for when we do the updates. So welcome everybody. We are going to do open question and answer time. So I still have the last remnants of the food I was supposed to eat in front of me. Let me just put that away. It's time to begin. That's gone absolutely cold. All right. So the special request of Chimp 6, and go ahead and put in the chat any fire you are curious about or would like to know about next. We're going to go through them pretty much one by one. I may occasionally be interrupted because I'm monitoring on the radio the Bobcat fire transmissions. So we won't hear too much from them until planes take to the sky. But let's... Using an overpriced trash bag. Pricey. Yeah, there's a commercial. I keep refreshing it because that's when the pilots start talking. So I do know that rolling out any time now is going to be the helicopters down there. So after I read this, we'll check on it and go to the next fire. Excuse me. I continue to be horribly congested, and this smoke that I was exposed to did not help my existing ear infection. So unfortunately, we don't have new up-to-date information right here about the creek fire on InstaWeb. This is the official reports that the firefighters and incident commanders come up with usually daily. So this may mean we're about to get a new update. So I won't read too many particulars on something that old, such as projected outlook. Well, that's already passed. I'll read the current known conditions about the fire, and then we'll wait for the morning update, because that's 14 hours ago. So this is about the time when we get updates one by the fires, for each of the fires. Excuse me. So I've looked at the Sierra National Forest page on this other screen. Hopefully, I was wondering if they had a Twitter. And they have a Facebook page, and usually the National Forests have their own kind of wildfire update. Oh, they have a briefing from 7 p.m. last night. Oh, nice. That's cool. So I'll show that next. But this is 14 hours old information. They're saying that it's about 34% contained. And as we can see, it's right underneath Yosemite National Park. And another interesting thing, some of the borders of the other fires are not being shown because they're in the process of redrawing them right now for the day. They analyze the data they got the previous night, usually from scout planes, and they'll redraw the borders. And some of these fires are out. That's why they don't even have a border. So here's the 14-hour-old update for Fresno and Madera County, the Creek Fire. And they don't know the cause. That's under investigation. But we do know California on the 17th of August had this insane dry lightning storm that just, they counted more than 8,000 lightning strikes, and it lit more than 550 fires across the state. And as some of the firefighters were explaining to me in chat, lightning can strike and then like start a smoldering fire in the quote understory, which is underneath the tree canopies. It's real hard to see, and it's burning through pine needles, just smoldering. No real open flames, but just like a smoldering, like the hot coals of your campfire after the fire's out. And that can just kind of sit there, and they call that a sleeper fire because all it takes is wind and it becomes huge. So that's why a lot of these are, quote, under investigation, because that can go on. There can be a lightning strike, and then a month later, the fire really begins. So we have no idea exactly, but some of these have turned out to just be sleeper lightning fires. In fact, most of the ones going on in California were those lightning fires that they extinguished most of those 530. They extinguished most of them, and just not all. And then the Labor Day storm came, and that red flag crazy wind conditions, historically bad wind conditions, just blew these small fires into craziness. So we'll just continue to watch for that. So the perimeter is 34% contained, and the estimated containment date is sometime in October. Who knows why they're saying that. Personnel on it are a little bit over 3,000 people. Fuels involved. The fuel loading in the timber is estimated at 2,000 tons per acre. Absolutely staggering. And the earlier reports said that like 70 or 80 to 90% of all the trees here were already dead because of the beetles. The invasive Japanese beetles just chewing through old growth forests and just spitting them out dead on the other side. So that's been going on since the early 90s, I believe, when the beetles arrived. So the fact that the only consolation we have here is it's basically a dead forest burning. It's not one that was still alive. Yeah, and so 2,000 tons of fuel per acre. That's what people don't know is that green trees don't really burn. The ones that are still alive, they catch fire, their limbs burn off, and their trunks are blackened. But they usually, after a fire, you have a blackened stick forest. You then have the danger of brush growing back, and 3 years later, of 3 years of brush growth, you're gonna have a worse forest fire. So standing dead timber is called 1,000-hour fuel. Every tree can burn for 1,000 hours. And so per acreage, more than 2,000 tons, mostly of these dead trees that are still standing up. That's a nightmare. The absolute worst kind of nightmare for firefighters to deal with. So this is a very challenging one. You have steep terrain as well. You have very few forest access roads. It's absolutely bad. So this is... The brush in the area is at critical fuel moisture levels, 60% in the Cenothus or Cenothus in Manzanita. Anyway, I looked it up, and this means California lilac. So California lilac actually resists fire, and Manzanita burns readily. So that's kind of a strange mix. But that's the moisture levels of the living plants. That's what they're trying to distinguish. So the timber is basically dead, and so it's just incredible amounts of fuel. What I keep trying to tell people is this is a huge part of the map here. Think of all the dead trees. Think of them sideways and stacked up like at a lumber mill. If you've ever seen a lumber mill fire, I mean, one lumber mill could be like this big on the map, right? This tiny portion of a map. So think of this entire map now. This entire huge swath here is, what is it, 130,000 acres? Every single spot on the map being a lumber mill fire at once. You know, those things aren't put out. That's the kind of thing where fire crews would roll up and say, wow, and just let it burn and make sure it doesn't spread. But just imagine that gigantic portion of this forest just being pretty much like a giant lumber mill fire. It's just unbelievable. So this is 14 hours old, so I'm not going to read too many details about projected activity, and I don't know if they updated their current weather. So I think more importantly, you know, we should look at the weather concerns. So 14 hours ago, their planned actions were to construct and strengthen and improve their control lines. And construct being the word I want to highlight. It's my opinion that there should be some permanent fire lines. We shouldn't be reactive, we should be proactive. and strategically plan how to deal with fires in the future if we want to save our special places and national forests, because if we don't, we're just going to see more of this. They're going to mop up structures and the burn around structures, implement progressive hose laying, prepare for firing operations. So they're going to try to fight fire with fire, but I can't imagine them doing this after today because of the new wind and the dry conditions coming out of the deserts, coming out of Nevada. I mean, we're getting high wind warnings, and it's not quite red flag, but really serious warnings for that pretty much all of California. So I imagine they won't be doing that. Maybe that's something they did yesterday. So they will locate and construct secondary control lines. And so that's essential to fighting fire. You have to build lines. It's like a road, a strip of dirt, where they get rid of all the vegetation, and it is a line where the fire will come up and stop, and they can defend. You can't just go in the middle of the wilderness and start putting water on a fire, because there's no hydrants in the wilderness. So most of the time they just make a line, which is like a big expanded road. Existing roads help greatly, and they then can move their equipment in. And then as the fire tries to leap over the line, that's when they try to just put out the embers that make it over to the other side. And then if they can, they would try to burn the vegetation right below the line, so the fire can't even go right up to it. So looks like that was their plan of attack. And it's the big lesson to learn here. We already learned it in the 30s. We have to learn it again. Is you have to have fire access roads. Constructing them after the fire has begun is a waste of so much time. If they had already existed, they would have gotten a handle on this quicker, put it out. So the whole roadless wilderness idea doesn't save the forest. It just destroys it. We saw the same thing at the Beachy Creek fire. The Opal Creek Wilderness had never had a road in it. They were worried that if it had roads, that it would be open for logging, but that's not really true. You don't have to worry. Laws protect old growth from logging. Laws protect the wilderness. You can have fire access lines with a gate on them, with only the firefighters having the keys. We have to have this, or this is what we're going to see. These mega fires just destroying entire forests. So that's the big lesson here. That's just the facts, and I'm hoping that we can come together, no matter what side anybody is on, to just realize that what's the point of saving a forest if it's going to burn? So I am still heartbroken over the Opal Creek Wilderness that just burned up in Oregon. I visited that place in March, and it will never be like when I visited. Not until, our grandchildren and such, their great-grandchildren. That's how long it'll take for that to grow back. So this is equally heartbreaking as I've been to Yosemite, and this is just a dead forest that's on fire, and the fire is now headed towards Yosemite. So with next week being a heat wave and more wind in the forecast, this is going to be pins and needles biting my fingernails covering this. So the significant events they're talking about in the north, which is where it's coming towards Yosemite. The perimeter was active during the burn period. The smoke layer continues to moderate the fire behavior. And divisions J and M will continue to see growth to the north until the fire reaches the natural barrier of the rocks in the Ansel Adams Wilderness. That's at least a little bright spot of hope there. They have at least natural terrain that'll help them. Spots across the North Fork of the San Joaquin, continue to find pockets of fuel to burn. That's the San Joaquin River. Firing operations at Central Camp and Whiskey Flats areas are adding to the fire activity. And in the South Zone, the fire continued to actively burn in the northern portion of the fires south of Mount Tom, progressing towards Portal Forebay. The fire is actively burning and torching in the trees, and we don't like those words. We don't like active, and we don't like torching. Torching is where a tree is lit up by fire from roots to crown, all the way to the top, like a giant torch. Like a handheld, I don't mean the flashlight if you're English, I mean torch like caveman walking into a cave holding a torch. So that means that the trees are going up, and that's torching and crown fires are the worst kind of nightmares for firefighters in the wilderness. That means entire trees are being burned up. What you'd like to see is the more traditional, kind of a mild fire where the understory just burns. That means the big mature trees are not on fire. They'll live. They can live through a grass fire or an understory brush fire going past and moving through quickly. But torching means it's going all the way to the top of trees. That's much more likely to light on fire the rest of the trees that happen to be living. Once the dead trees go up, then they can fall on each other and fall on the living trees, and the fire can rain down on the living trees being spread by the wind. So this is not what you want to hear. But standing dead trees, that's not surprising. The eastern portion of the fire continues to spread east. The southern portion of the fire continues to actively burn with some short-range spotting. That's good. Short-range spotting is good. That means embers drift away from the fire and rain down and start fires. But short range just means close to the big fire. Long range you don't want to see. Low humidity overnight continues to burn out interior islands. So, I read you the planned outlook. We do have a video. So let's watch that video. And it's over here at the Sierra National Forest Facebook. So let's take a look. This is on the 24th, yesterday. Play, please.
Thousands of trees and
sorry. So apparently there's just a long intro that went on for like 5 minutes. Okay, so I don't think we're going to watch all 60 minutes of this, but let's watch the intro. This is the creek fire burning near Yosemite National Park. Come on now.
Smith, Public Information Officer for CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1. We'd like to remind those watching this evening, if you have questions for us, please submit those into the comment section on the live stream, and we will attempt to answer as many as possible, but please be patient as we may not be able to answer all of those. I'd like to start out with an update of acreage and containment on the creek incident. The current acreage is 291,426 acres at 36% containment, with a total of 3,085 personnel assigned. This evening we have a multitude of speakers for you from Caltrans, PG&E, the County of Fresno County Sheriff's Department, Madera County Sheriff's Department, as well as an update on the fire situation and hearing from one of our incident commanders. I'd like to invite up our first speaker this evening, Denny Boyles from PG&E.
Hi, thank you. It's going to be a pretty quick update from us tonight. Our work continues at a safe pace. We're making good progress. As of today, we have 782 electric customers who remain out of service due to the fire. We still have over 400 PG&E employees and contractors assigned to work on repairs and restoration efforts here. The majority of our work remains clearing roadways of downed electrical equipment and also identifying and removing hazardous trees. To date, we've inspected and identified over 12,000 trees that are dead or hazardous to our equipment or adjacent areas. We've removed just over 4,100 of those trees, and that work is going to continue for quite some time. We're going to continue to do our job safely. I do want to thank all of our customers and all of the residents affected by the fire for their patience as PG&E and everybody else who's here tonight does their work. And I want to again encourage you to be very cautious when you're allowed to return home. The roads are going to remain very congested with our workers and other workers for the foreseeable future. For your own safety and for theirs, please make sure you give those workers the space they need. Thank you.
Thank you, Denny. Our next speaker from Caltrans Fresno area, the maintenance superintendent, Carlos Lamoli.
Hello, I'm Carlos Lamelli. I'm the Caltrans Highway Maintenance Superintendent for the Fresno area. want to give an update on the condition of the segment of State Route 168 as it passes from Auberry on up through Shaver Lake and on to Huntington Lake. Trees and boulders continue to fall on the highway above Shaver Lake due to the fire. Equipment is patrolling day and night to remove these boulders to keep the highway passable for fire crews, law enforcement, and for utility crews to access the Huntington Lake and Kaiser Pass wilderness area. As of today, Caltrans highway maintenance crews have identified over 6,000 feet of guardrail that was destroyed by fire, with nearly 1,000 feet has reconstructed as of today. Thousands of roadside delineators have been destroyed with nearly 500 reinstalled. Caltrans specialty crews have identified nearly 125 roadside signs that were destroyed by fire. 75 have been reconstructed and reinstalled. Nearly 45 lineal miles of striping has been scorched, with over 18 lineal miles repainted as of today. There are over 2,500 burn.
And outside the state for helping us and helping my community. Back to your house, please. Site. So if you, as we consider the rebuilding effort.
Okay. I'm just going to skip because I just want to know what's going on with the fire. I really don't care how many roadsides and stuff need to be replaced. So I'm trying to skip ahead to, this is an hour-long deal. Like, what's the fire doing? Where's it going? This seems more like just like informing the community about rebuilding and damage. So hang on, bear with me. Let's skip around.
We'll announce the open
portion of this incident. And the law enforcement operations in the South Zone have continued very well in the last 2 days. We are continuing to provide before
Grass Lake. We just like to remind the residents in that area, please be aware you're still under a warning. Things can change very quickly. We just want you guys to be aware.
And tomorrow, again, very simple.
There we go.
Good evening, everybody. So for the last couple of days and for tomorrow, things have been kind of, compared to earlier in the fire, have been on the mild side and also on the quiet side. We've had winds that have been pretty simple, pretty much just dictated by this complicated terrain you see here. The sun hits the slopes, the wind just makes its way up the terrain, all the way up into the highest terrain. And then by night, it happens in the opposite fashion, where the cold slopes start dropping down those winds and then back down into the valley floor. So it's been pretty simple. We've had mid-60s in the highest terrain, mid-80s in the lowest terrain. And tomorrow, again, very similar, but tomorrow is the last day before we start seeing a bit of a change. We're going to be really heating up late in the weekend and into next week. And it looks like it's going to be not just like a hot day or two, but kind of a heat wave. It's going to be several days. We're going to add about 10, 12 degrees to our temperatures. So now lower reaches of the fire going to be getting into the mid-90s for temperatures, upper reaches mid-70s, and perhaps more importantly, the humidity, which has been pretty low by day and then somewhat recovering a little bit at night, will not have that chance to recover during the nighttime periods. So even during the night, the fire may be feeling the impacts of lower relative humidity. So that's something we'll definitely be keeping an eye on.
Thank you, Mark. Our next speaker this evening from CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1, the Fire Behavior Analyst, Don Watt.
Good evening, Don Watt.
Okay, we won't be watching too much of this. I just kind of want to know what's their plan. They're going to save Yosemite, you know, yada yada. And if you're just tuning in, we have a special request to look at the Creek Fire, which is up there reaching towards Yosemite. It's south of Yosemite. And it's been just brutal for the environment and terrible. And of course, all the communities involved. So it's just one of the sad stories here where the beetles killed most of the forest, the Japanese beetle. So there's standing dead timber, and it just all has gone up in flames. It's one of the worst, most difficult fires to try to control, is a dead forest fire. So we're just going to look at their plan of attack, but as I keep saying, we're all on pins and needles because of the high winds and high temperatures coming in next week for California, starting probably Saturday night. So anything can happen at this point with this unfavorable change in the weather. I don't know if they'll be able to predict how strong the winds really could be. So we're going to watch this here, and then open question and answer time, of course. Go ahead and put whichever fire you want me to cover. Put that in chat, and I'll be happy to cover that next.
Fire Behavior Analyst with CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 1. So just a little update on the fire. It's burning really well, kind of on the north side, just south of the San Joaquin River. We've seen a lot of action up there in the last several days. It's burning actively in the dry humidity and the large fuels. A lot of the other areas are starting to hit rock screes, and it's starting to slow down a little bit. However, there's still plenty of fuel up there where it can work its way through and continue burning. Down near the southern end and the eastern end, it's looking really well. You see a lot of smoke production out of the islands burning on the interior. The fuels are very heavy, and they have a lot of resonance in them, so they'll continue to burn for weeks possibly, or until we get a wetting event of more rain. So you'll start seeing some more smoke production, especially as it gets warmer and drier, and the fire activity will pick up, and a lot of that will be on the interior fuels and the large fuels burning out over time. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Watt. Our next speaker this evening, Operations Section Chief from the Great Basin Incident Management, Team 1, Tyler Monroe.
Good evening. I am going to be talking about the north zone of the Creek Fire. Again, that is everything on the north and west side of the San Joaquin River.
Oh my God.
A really good day today and a really good day yesterday. So 2 days in a row we've had good success. We're feeling really good about that. I want to start down in the area that we've referred to as the anchor point all along, and that is down around the Redinger Lake area. That continues to be an area that we keep an eye on, but everything is looking very, very good, all the way from the Redinger Lake area up to Cascadel Woods. Things continue to, we haven't forgotten about it, and we still have crews in there, but we continue to make sure that there's no problems in there and address any issues that come up. But all of that is showing contained and looking very good. As we move to the north around Cascadel Woods, the last several days we've been in that preparation phase that we've talked about as as I alluded to several days ago, the anchor, flank, and pinch strategy that we've been employing. And we've been preparing those indirect lines for several days now. And what has happened over the last couple of shifts is we have started to be able to be a little more aggressive with the fire in there, and more importantly, doing firing operations between the main fire and our indirect containment lines. And so I'm gonna jump up here to Central Camp, and then I'll work my way back towards Cascadel Woods. So 2 days ago, we were able to start firing operations in and around Central Camp from the Gags area, the Gags campground area, moving to the south along the 083 road, where we put fire on the ground and closed up the distance between the main fire and the containment line. And we've had great success moving to the south with that operation. We were able to tie that indirect line into a large rock formation that our crews are referring to as the whale's back. It's a big, large formation that looks kind of like a whale's back that has served as a great anchor point here for us to tie all of that in, and that is looking very well. As we come around the whale's back, we have started the firing operations around the 09 road, and that is also going very, very well. Crews are at this moment progressing along the 09 road down towards the Whiskey Falls area. And we expect tonight to be able to get that in and around the Roush cabin, where we have structure protection measures in place to make sure that we don't have a problem around that cabin. And we are hoping by end of shift tomorrow to have all of this section between the Whales Back and the Whiskey Falls upper portion of Cascadale Woods tied in and burned out, as we refer to that. So that will eliminate the possibility of the fire moving to the west. I don't want to forget that we do have all of these indirect lines and the structured defense in and around the communities of Bass Lake in place should we have a problem that arises up here around the 09 and the 083. But things are going very well in there. Many of you may have seen last night and the night before a large glow in and around Central Camp. And that was us doing those firing operations in and around Central Camp. To this point, we've not lost any structures in Central Camp, and we don't anticipate any problems there. As we move forward, this section just north of Central Camp is looking really, really good along the 042 road. It doesn't show it on tonight's map, but tomorrow you will see some additional containment line in there. That has been mopped up. One of the things that over the last several days we've talked about are employing the Marines and some military folks in with our fire operations and our firefighters. This is one of those areas that the Marines have been doing work for us, and they're doing a tremendous job. A great amount of coordination between the military and our firefighters. There's several places that we have them deployed. This is one that I'd like to highlight, as they have helped us to contain that section of line there. So going very well. Moving up towards the Little Shut-Eye Peak. Today we were able to put some folks up around the Little Shut-Eye. There is a little bit of fire in there, but as I've described in the past, very little opportunity for the fire to progress rapidly, as there's many, many natural rock barriers across that Little Shut-Eye area up towards Little Chilkoot Reservoir up here. So that operation's going well. Over the next couple of days, we will put folks in there to lock that down so that it can't move to the west. Moving to the north up into the area along Bayshore and the area that we have referred to as Kate's Cattle Drive, that indirect line is in place should we need it. But the good news is in this area that we have been able to go direct. And what I mean by that is the firefighters are in right along the edge of the fire, moving towards the south, down towards that Little Shut-Eye area. They're finding great success in there, utilizing hand crews and bulldozers. So we expect over the next couple of shifts to get most of that lined direct on the fire's edge. Feel real good about that. As we progress up towards the Globe Rock area, that's where the fire turns to the north here. In the last several days, I've mentioned that myself and my partner have talked about this dozer line up along the 5SO4 road. We're finding great success tying that into the 2017 Quartz fire and into Coletti Meadows. The fire has not wanted to progress to the west of our control features there. So we've had several crews in there working that, and in some places they've been able to go direct. In others, they've brought the fire right out towards the dozer line to get the containment. So that operation continues to go well. We feel like we won't have a problem with that fire moving to the west, and that the progression to the north, for the most part, is halted by those rocks and those granite features out to the north that you heard fire behavior talk about. One thing before I move too far is right now the fire is about 3.5 miles to Bass Lake. Between 3 and 3.5 miles is the distance. We don't expect that to really continue to the west. I know that's been an area that folks have been concerned about. So that's the distance there. All the way up to the very north, again, is this area that we've described several times. Very little movement because of those granite features. So not real concerned with movement up here to the north. One of the other questions that we've had is how far is the fire from the Mammoth Lakes community? And right now, depending on where you measure from here to Mammoth Lakes, is approximately 11 to 12 miles away from the community of Mammoth Lakes, and very little movement to the east towards Mammoth Lakes. So feeling really, really good about that. The last couple of days have been very favorable as far as air operations for us. We have been utilizing several water dropping aircraft, such as helicopters with buckets, and we've also been able to use fixed wing retardant, which has helped us down here around Central Camp and on the 09 road, reinforcing our lines. So that has been a great help to us. Our partnership with the South Zone has continued to be very, very good. They've had our back door down here around Redinger, and we've been in great coordination there, and that has continued throughout the whole assignment, and we certainly appreciate that. The other thing that has been mentioned, will probably get mentioned a little more, is we have a new incoming incident management team on the north side as well as the south side. We have already started that transition with the new incoming team for the North Zone, and have started downloading information with them so that they can hit the ground running when they get here, so that we don't have a real issue with the transition.
Just waiting for him to talk about the future in this hot spell.
The community members in and around the Mariposa and Fresno counties, it's been a great deal of support that we have felt as an incident management team, and particularly our operational section. We appreciate all of that support, and we hope that you will be able to get back to normal operations as soon as possible. This is the last time that I will address you, and I just want to personally thank all of you for the support that we have received during our time here. Thank you.
So what I wanted to know, though, is what are they seeing in the future? Like, we're all on pins and needles about this new heat wave coming and the high winds forecast. So maybe this guy will talk about it, but it looks like they have different... The funny thing about these fires is you would think there's one fire, there's one unified command. Now, as they're in different counties, there's different agencies. Like CAL FIRE sometimes manages some. Forest Service seems to sometimes manage some. And then it's like, oh, certain counties manage other parts. And so it's just been mind-boggling to me. And then they also rotate everybody else, everyone every 21 days. So an entirely new team comes in. They may not have any idea, any clue about the entire region. They may be coming from another state, and time again, I just see these people walking in and saying, oh, goodbye, we made great progress, goodbye. And then the newbie walks up and says, oh, am I pronouncing this part right? Is that Wilson Peak or Wilson? And that just kind of alarms me. To me, I would assume that people who actually knew the terrain would be the people you want to keep, at least as advisors. So this kind of is a revelation to me about how this works. So I think we spent enough time on this creek fire. I'm just going to wait for them to give us a real update, because what we see on the InstaWeb, unfortunately, is information that's like 14 hours old right now. So I just read about that. This is open question and answer time. If anybody has any question on any specific fire, then do raise your hand, so to speak. But in chat, tell me which fire in chat you want me to look at next. My personal interests are, of course, the Bobcat fire, where we continue to see property and lives at risk, and so I keep switching back to it. We are monitoring the LA County. Oh, speak of the devil, let's listen to them. This is Bobcat fire.
Might want to pull to the side, sir. 118's far behind.
live view. Oh, thank you, Chimp. Thanks. Yeah, this was Chimp 6's special request. And have you been to Yosemite, Chimp? Are you feeling as bad for that area as I am? Chimp 6 says if it gets over to the eastern side, Mammoth Lakes, it will be catastrophic. Yeah. Yeah, because that's a high desert type of thing. If it crosses over to the eastern portion of the Sierra Nevada, that's pretty bad. So, is my voice clipping right now? I just adjusted the microphone a little bit because I'm doing a lot of massive paper rustling. So, I'm also trying to make timestamps. I think I did the Creek Fire update up until minute 45 of the broadcast. So, this next thing we're doing is just checking on the Bobcat fire. We are waiting. Oh, that's right. We just got, didn't we? Didn't we just get the Bobcat fire update? So if we did, then this is real time. These are real time images. We lost our beautiful morning, and it's just a hazy, blah kind of an afternoon. So see this beautiful morning? Let's refresh it. I'm gonna right-click save it anyway. Let's refresh. Yep. So this is kind of the visibility. I don't know if we're going to see too much in the way of aircraft on here today. I'm going to check it right now. So I'm going to back up. This is Flight Radar 24. They do have the choppers they were talking about getting earlier. You're so welcome, Chimp 6. You know, Chimp 6 is saying, fantastic update I delivered. Thank you. I'm blushing. Turning red as a lobster. My voice sounds good. Good. Because I kept paper rustling. And I was like, oh, that was queuing up my mic, and I think I got it fixed now. So we do have at least one helicopter moving around, and this is where they said they had. Okay, let me write this down. New timestamp. We're doing a Bobcat brief update. Bobcat brief update. Jeez, Bobcat brief. We started that at 4:46 minutes. Okay, so. They did say they wanted a helicopter or two, I think just to look at things. That doesn't look like a bucket carrier to me. Whoops. Let me resize this window. I didn't realize you guys couldn't see that. Let's go down. And shows it's still cut off. Alright, hang on. Redo the window size. There. So that doesn't look like the kind of craft that carries a bucket. It's more of a scouting kind of thing. But I could be wrong. So they have circled around here at Paradise Springs near Mile High. And so we know that right here, there's one of the seats of the fires is really kind of ferocious. They had activity, quote, activity last night on Mount Lewis. I just can't get a good camera to look at it. Alright, let's see if they say anything.
Helco. Just checking in with you. We're coming over the division here. Anything that we needed to look at first thing?
Okay. So
Over that 370-530, we're working at the end of the day yesterday. It was looking real good. We just did a quick pass by. I'll swing back around and give it another look. You confirming Little T was working up on the top of the hill near the church campus. Does that sound about right?
I don't.
We'll be swinging over there and give it a quick look.
We must not be able to hear who he's talking to. But we do see that this particular copter, and probably the pilot we're hearing right now, has been over at Paradise Springs. We saw some amazing bucket drop action yesterday. It was pretty cool. There was a sky crane, and it was picking up its water over by Mile High or Big Pines, and it was going to Mount Lewis and dumping and just lather, rinse, repeat again and again and again and again. And you don't see too many sky cranes. There's people in chat telling me that they're from the Vietnam War era, and they can go ahead and like pick up a howitzer, heavy artillery, armored personnel vehicles, even a downed helicopter, and just carry it. So it can carry massive amounts of water too. And that was a treat watching that ancient aircraft still in the air. 51 years old. That is ancient for an aircraft. And it was just kind of going around and going around. So I love flight radar. I love tracking the pilots. But looking at this visibility, I'm not holding out hope. Sorry, this visibility, that they'll do terribly much today as far as drops. I mean, maybe. But I'd expect more to happen in the north because that looks like some incredible haze. So fingers crossed. There's bad weather coming for California, dry and hot and windy and from the desert. So yeah, it's just continues to be just kind of bad news. A late summer. Well, actually down in LA, this is actually normal because LA is like the latitude of Greece. But you know, this kind of wind event is just bad luck for them. And in Oregon, actually, is what I meant. It's a late summer. Usually Oregon is in the wet season right now. But there's, once again, some sort of windy conditions that are dry coming from the east. Ow. Alright. I'm toning that way down. That hurts me as much as you. I'm sorry. So I continued. So I'm just going to mute that until there's intelligible chatter. Aye. But this is ground and air ops of the Bobcat fire that I keep monitoring because Northern California major incident is offline. Excuse me. That used to be a major awesome source where all the Northern California fires, like the aerial ops, used to broadcast on one frequency, and everything from the global supertanker to fleets of DC-10s, sky cranes, and all sorts of helicopters. So I'm just a little bit upset that that's online. I'll check again. So all still quiet on the Bobcat front. Yes, you may complain to hatemail.catherine.davidson for the terrible jokes that I tend to crack here. So what was the timestamp? Okay, the Bobcat briefing was 52:32. I'm going to hopefully be able to make a new thing where we, and this next one is air. We're going to look at the airplanes in the air, and starting now at 52 minutes into the broadcast. So if you're just joining, please put in chat which fire you would like me to read about. I have been waiting for the morning updates, and so they're beginning to trickle in on the InstaWeb. Now, InstaWeb I have linked into my description, and you can follow along with fires just like I do. Read the reports daily. If you want me to link you any of those, just let me know. I continue to monitor very closely the Bear Fire and the attempt to save Forbestown, which is a museum town for the gold rush. Now this is switching to the Bear Fire / they're calling it the North Complex Fire because it merged with the Claremont Fire back on Labor Day in that crazy, crazy wind event. So this is where I have family in the area, and I know parts of this like the back of my hand, and so seeing it burn has just been absolutely staggering. Just so sad. So and this is right next to where the Paradise Fire happened. It's kind of overlapping. So Butte County just doesn't need more crap. So hopefully they can save, and keep the perimeter here. So far, I think it's been holding. We did a little bit of an update earlier. Forbestown and Robinson Mills and Clipper Mills, these are all in grave danger, as the fire from the Bear Fire has jumped the line several times up in this steep canyon. I mean, this is extremely steep terrain here, thousands of feet down. So from these high mountainous hills / mountainous ridges. So the fire has been trying to come up here, and they have lit this area on fire. and they've built the line at Forbstown Road, and they've lit the grasses or whatever is down here, part of the forest, on fire to make a scorched earth line to try to stop the bear fire. And that's the most troublesome spot. But the fact that there's going to be a heat wave plus winds coming, just everybody in this entire region shudders when they hear anything like that for fire, because nobody expected what made the majority of my broadcast yesterday. Nobody expected the insanity of this tiny fire that was up there by Bucks Lake, struck by lightning in August. They fought it for weeks, and then boom, Labor Day winds happened. This thing made a historically fast run. This tiny fire exploded into a monster and went on the course of a single day. I believe it reached Lake Oroville and jumped across it. And so the links that I have, and I'll probably show those videos again today sometime. It's if you look on YouTube, it's called The Historic Run of the Bear Fire, because it just got out of control, became a monster, and erased towns. The death toll is at 10 people. They're still looking for the missing. It erased Brush Creek and Berry Creek. These other towns are not exactly towns. Junction House and Merrimack. Those were Gold Rush era stagecoach stops. And as far as the 1970s onward, I don't believe there's been any sort of store or anything there. And Palmetto, I believe, is another just place name for an old stagecoach kind of stop. But up here at Bucks Lake, we of course don't want to see the resorts and the wonderful pristine wilderness affected. And up here at Meadow Valley, there's a lot of ranches up there and people who live. I don't know if they're still evacuated, but it's precautionary. So, but I have read some heartbreaking stories about there's probably some ranches that have been going on since the gold rush, some cattle ranches up there, that they may be done. I think they lost almost all of their cattle to fire and stampede and going off of a cliff, and as well as with a bunch of deer. And so that's one of the most horrific stories I've heard. And they are still going through and euthanizing a lot of the cattle and such that they find that have scattered throughout the land, who are suffering horrific injuries, hooves and udders burned off. I won't go into any more details, but this is one hell of a monster fire that I want to see put out. I am pissed at this fire. Excuse my language. So this is just heartbreaking to see Butte County and Fluence County suffer even more. So I hope to see from Chico again a lot more action. They were doing a lot of retardant drops and water drops. And so we wait to see about 9 in the morning tends to be when they start rolling out the aircraft. The same thing goes, we'll be monitoring aircraft headed out towards the August complex, which is another giant fire over here, California's largest fire. That's a FedEx plane, never mind. So that's not happening yet, just as we expected. So that's an air briefing. Does anybody in chat have a specific fire they want me to cover next? I'm going to go one by one and read updates through InstaWeb, prioritizing the ones that are recent. And there's no use reading an update if in about 1 hour they'll have brand new info. So let's see, that was my last update there, and I'm marking the timestamp at 58 minutes there. So now we are going to check out, let's find a western fire. Since nobody has a special request in chat, let's go through the ones that are most interesting or scary to me. So we looked at the Creek Fire already. We have looked at the Bobcat Fire already. And SQF Complex would be one to look at. But the August, California's largest fire ever, at 863,000 acres almost right now. Still just 38% contained. But that update was 17 hours ago. So any moment now, I expect they will have an update for us. So let's go to the Slater/Devil Fire. And that was 9 hours ago as an update too. So we might want to read that. I don't know if anybody near Cave Junction is back in chat. Maybe I should wait for them to arrive. So the 242 hasn't been updated in days. but they're reaching 89% containment. That has been the hardest, most difficult fire to find information on. And they kept saying they expect structures to be lost and try to protect structures. It'll move northwest, it'll move southwest. And yet, yeah, every time I click on the shield, they have higher containment. And yet they never forecasted containment in InstaWeb. So that's been really, really weird. Let's look at the Bratton fire. The Bratton and the 242 are Oregon's most, I would say, pins and needles kind of fires on the east side. The rest they've gotten a good handle on. 21 hours ago on Bratton. Okay, I'm going to look at chat. The Sky Crane is as long as a semi-truck rig. Oh boy, yeah. Welcome back, by the way. Good to have you here. The Sky Crane, which they use to fight these fires, can pick up a 20,000-pound shipping container. Dang. And that's 51-year-old technology, or 60-year-old technology. What could helicopters do now? Have they had a replacement that's better? I would be curious about that. I'm aircraft curious, but I'm not an aircraft expert by any means. Unless you want to know about the SR-71, then I can tell you anything you ever wanted to know with insider information. So I used to have Air Force 71, SR-71 pilots that I knew from the Air Force, and I used to hang out with them in like mini reunions down there, hanging out by Beale Air Force Base. So I'm an Air Force brat. So looking back at the chat, climate change is killing a lot of normally tough desert trees too. Las Vegas is cutting down thousands of ash trees. Yeah, are you sure about the ash trees that's not that ash beetle borer infestation? I believe that's the ash beetle. The Dutch elm disease continues to destroy all the elm trees. This has been catastrophic. There was a different disease that wiped out the chestnut trees pretty much of New England. That happened in the early 20th century. So the baobab trees, like in Africa, those are of concern too. That may be drought deaths. But I do remember there's something called the ash emerald borer or something, that kind of beetle. Let's see here, looking back at chat. How many firefighters are supplied by the corporate prison system? The majority. And thanks for the update on my voice there. The majority of firefighters on these fires are usually actually white-collar or nonviolent prisoners who are agreeing to sign up for a reduction in their sentence, which I think is great. I'd rather see somebody helping society and redeeming themselves rather than sitting in a cage. So COVID, though, has changed that, and that's why I was so severely understaffed. A lot of these fires aren't as bad as people actually think. It's just that A, there was a gigantic freak lightning storm that started them, and B, they would have been put out quickly except for COVID, they're understaffed by many thousands and thousands and thousands of firefighters because COVID had a release of these inmates because of COVID. And they're not getting that many people who could sign up for this. And they're also separating the different units so that COVID wouldn't spread from one unit to another, because that's all we need. That would be a super disaster too for more of our firefighters to be disabled by COVID. We've already had some units pulled off and quarantined for 2 weeks in Oregon. Yeah, but they're doing a great job of keeping the units separated, but doing that has absolutely hampered things. So a lot of these got out of control and bigger, not only because of the wind event, but they could have been contained by now. With the resources and technology we have in the recent weather, they really could have been contained by now, but they have not had all the resources they want. You see them saying it again and again at the Bobcat fire. And as one fire is finally contained, they throw the resources at the others. And now we're seeing quicker and quicker updates on containment as they're able to focus more resources on one or two, the biggest, most intense fires. But just like I was saying, in fact, some of the fires, they had nobody to put on them. So I can show you here the Slater and Devil fire. Well, that's the merger of two of them. Well, they're not quite merged, but same difference. This is the little devil fire. This is the big Slater fire. The devil fire, when it emerged, as far as I've been covering things for the last 3.5 weeks here, every day, nobody had any resources to put on it, and every time I clicked on it, it said unstaffed. Unstaffed. They just didn't have the people to go ahead and put on it. So it's grown unchecked by itself. Thank goodness it hasn't grown that big, mostly because of rain and other factors. But it was the lower priority because it's in the middle of nowhere. There's not any structures around here in this national forest, the Rogue River Siskiyou National Forest. But that goes to show that some fires have just been, there's been nobody to put there. Everybody's stretched thin. Firefighters have been working 50-hour shifts without a break, and then they get a 24 or 48-hour break, and then they have to work another brutal thing like that. Sometimes they don't even have a break for weeks. It's unbelievable. But I've actually heard that it is the statistic that most firefighters are volunteer, many of them coming from the prison system. So that was one of the new things that I learned when I started studying these particular sets of fires over the last 3 weeks. So, and that resource is just pretty much not there now. So also the other reason why these fires look worse than they are and have gotten worse than they should have is that Oregon and Washington were slammed by the same wind event at Labor Day. Usually Oregon and Washington have wrapped up their fire season right about now in September, at least in the western states. The western parts of these states, because this is a desert. People don't realize this, but here's the line of the Cascade Mountains. Out here is a desert. You have to go to Idaho to get back really to the green, or the Blue Mountains back here in the northeast corner of Oregon. I mean, that is basically most of Oregon and most of Washington's a desert. And Oregon and Washington just don't get the Santa Ana winds. It's not something that happens up here. And what we saw at Labor Day was the same kind of strange conditions that usually make Santa Ana winds. And it's not exactly those. But when a low pressure here system came here and a high pressure system went over here, it sparked high winds just for all the states from California, Oregon, and Washington. So what I originally was saying about this is these fires would have been wrapped up and smaller, put out like that when they first began. But what happened after Labor Day was everybody in Oregon was fleeing for their lives, pretty much. And the major population centers were almost erased by the Riverside, Beachy Creek, Holiday Farm fire, the Archie Creek, and the South Obichain and Alameda fires. Those fires were heading towards Portland, Salem, Eugene, Springfield, Roseburg, Medford, and Grants Pass. So every single population center of Oregon was struggling for existence, trying to keep it up there in the mountains. The only thing that saved these places was a change in the weather, and the wind blew east again, to the east. So here's California calling for help. Hey, we can knock out these fires real quick, and usually crews jump on an airplane and they arrive within 7 hours. From when the alert goes out, the crews go and help California within 7 hours. It's less than a 2-hour flight from Portland to the center of California. So, it's like it's a 2-hour flight from Seattle. So what happened, though, is California cries for help, and Oregon and Washington says, you're on your own. We're trying to stay alive, too. So a lot of these fires just... If this had been ordinary times, no COVID and no weird wind event for Oregon and Washington have not seen anything like that since 1933. If that had not happened, all these California fires would have just been out. Like that little devil fire would have just been out, just contained within days while it was small. And that's I hope you get a better idea of what is going on here. So I continue to look for, let me turn on this light here. Up-to-date information on fires, and I continue to give pretty much straight dope facts only information. This is information I'm gleaning from natural sources, official sources. And I then comment on natural fire behavior, and I really pretty much keep it to that. And I can tell you about historical weather patterns and history too. So no conspiracy theory junk here. I'm an open-minded skeptic, and I've never seen any conspiracy theory at all that held any water. So we just don't entertain stuff like that here. We don't entertain any sort of divisive talk or anything of that sort, because I don't care if you're left, right, center, or whatever. This is affecting all of us. We have to unite. We have to unite to fight these fires. This has been pretty optional. Having mega fires is optional. There's been a lot of series of fixable mistakes here, and if we just listen to our fire crews and give them the equipment they need, the communications resources they need, like radios that work, things like that, equipment that doesn't break down, because we keep hearing about that, and actual manpower. If we up their wages so that they're not on food stamps, that would be good. Make it so the best and the brightest are attracted to wildfire fighting, and the wages that would, give them a living wage. I mean, that's the kind of thing we can all rally behind, I think. So this is open questions and answer time. If you have any sort of questions about wildfire behavior, the weather, or current updates on the fires, I will provide them with all the public resources available. We don't have any firefighters in chat, but they do come and go, and they're really great. If you have a question, I can write it down so that I can talk to them later. I continue to wait for some of these updates. Western Oregon fires, especially on the Coast Range, are pretty much a done deal. North of Eugene, because of some of the wet, soggy seasonal weather. The only thing that's kind of worrisome, is the fact that we're going to get some winds and some hotter, drier winds from the east, and it's going to blow smoke over to the coast actually, and might re-infiltrate the valleys here with smoke. So the Bratton Fire and the 242 and the Thielsen here at I think that is Diamond Lake, are the only ones on the eastern side of the Cascades that are a real concern right now. The Beachy Creek, the Lion's Head, and the Holiday Farm, those were kind of rained out and in a smoldering state right now. The only thing that would be of concern is the eastern portion of the riverside is going over there towards the eastern part of the Cascades. I mean, that's a river, kind of a mountain pass on the Clackamas River. And so it's meeting up with the Lion's Head fire, which is an eastern Oregon fire, desert, so those desert winds could kind of fan up that area bordering Mount Hood National Forest. So, let me see here. I gotta write something down. COVID impact. Okay. So, what I do here is go from my personal interest fires here that I'm monitoring because I have either friends or family in the area, or I know the area and I know what's at stake. But if anybody has a special request in chat, just tell me. Just fire's name, and I'll go and give you the straight dope on that fire from InstaWeb and whatever Twitter feed from that fire department. So don't be shy. We're a big supportive family here. There's no stupid questions, and I don't allow BS like divisive partisan type talk. This is an oasis from that. This is the politics free zone. This is just, let's make observations on what the problem is and how to fix them. I think by bringing people together, we're going to have real solutions here. We know there's no solutions by blaming people and yelling, so I don't allow that. So yeah, looking back at chat, that's okay. That was that was actually a funny joke. That's all right, Sherlock. Sherlock was cracking a joke saying, when I said that we should pay, firefighters a living wage so they're not on food stamps so we can attract the best and the brightest, he goes, yeah, make firefighting great again. That's okay. That's just a running gag. That's not political. you know, with humor, we're going to get through this, you know. So, also, we're fortunate enough to have Malcolm in the house. Malcolm knows a lot about the aircraft, and we will switch back, Malcolm, to checking out whether or not the global supertanker's in the air. It's usually around 9, so we got about half an hour before usually anything like that rolls out. So looking at the Bobcat fire, I don't think we're going to have too much in the way of aircraft today, just looking at the haze. Maybe. There's one chopper that's running around scouting. So, but I would love to see some of the airdrops going on in the, especially that deadly bear fire that I have a bone to pick with. That one is just nuts. So, up here, I think visibility is generally better. So I have made a filter. We can only see craft below 16,000 feet, but that's still a lot of junk aircraft that we can't really rule out. So I just kind of mouse over these and check it out, but I don't see any aircraft over the fire yet. So let's go. If there's no special, yeah, that's a good comment. I definitely approve of that one. And if anybody has a problem, you know, they really need to get a sense of humor. That's a running gag. It doesn't mean you're a red cap if you say make something great again. It's a running gag on that slogan, you know, like from everything in computers, you know, to any kind of subject. So, all right, so we don't see craft up. I'm going to show you what it looks like now. These are the coolest webcams I've found, the most clear at the Mount Wilson Observatory. And so they have kind of trapped the fire in this ravine in this pocket, and I continue to monitor the firefighter / helicopter pilot chat for the Bobcat, but so far everything's pretty quiet. And while it looks like there's clear skies here, I don't know how much airplane activity we'll see, because look at that haze on the other side, on the fire side. It's kind of, seems like it's trapped in a bowl. What is that weird sound out there? Weird. It's, I think that could be somebody running some sort of a pump out there. That's kind of weird. Sorry about that. So with this kind of haze, I don't know, what do you think, Malcolm? Oh, let's listen to that helicopter pilot on the Bobcat fire real quick. Go ahead, put in chat any fire you want me to look at next. What is that sound? Okay, Josh's comment. I don't know if they were going to say something, but I'll continue to listen to that pilot chatter. Josh says, unfortunately, money for emergency and disaster preparedness is only popular after it happens. I know. Isn't that just a shame? We're too reactive. The best example of that is the California earthquake regulations being passed in a session following a major quake. Absolutely. You know, there's a word for that phenomenon. It's called tombstone technology. You know, or like new technology. Well, before a disaster, they say, hey, this is a vulnerability, but nobody will fix it until a bunch of people die. So I wonder if there's a corresponding term, a bitter kind of a slang term for tombstone laws. Tombstone funding, maybe? Let's listen to that helicopter pilot. I think it's this guy. I think Air Command is down at the Bobcat fire. There's just one helicopter in the air. I don't know if you can hear that whine in the background of my microphone, but I have no idea what that is. Oh, street sweeper. I bet it's a street sweeper. Alright, I'm going to give them a minute to make a real transmission. Then I'll move on if they don't say anything. Looking at the clock, guys. Pilot, you have a minute to say something. Alright, Never mind. He's up. Time's up. All right, I'm going to say stuff again, and I'm going to turn that down. Sometimes we can only hear one half of those transmissions, and they're like, hey, dude, we don't hear the rest. So let's go on to the next fire with InsaWeb here. And what I'm clicking on is I'm wondering how the Bratton fire is going at Paisley. That's a 21 hour ago update, but 90% containment is definitely what we want to see. And, whoa, the Creek fire just got an update after I read it. Guys, I told you. I just knew that was going to happen. So let's just refresh all of InsaWeb and then go back here. I just knew it. You know, most of these, I should just hold off reading these until they come in. Where's the Creek fire? Horse? Yeah, they're right down here. So some of these fires don't exist, guys. InsaWeb holds these, the shield. They should discolor it, but like the Bullfrog fire is out, and the Horse fire. They're showing some pretty old ones. The Slink is really out from last month. So they did manage to put out a lot of the lightning-caused fires last month, and then the ones that you see that blew up pretty much were the ones that they didn't have a handle on before the wind event of Labor Day. Oh, Sherlock says background sounds super good today. Mike is not picking it up. I'm glad, because I have no idea what's going on, but constantly there's just random noises that go on in the background. So I'm very happy. I'm very happy that these filters I have are working. So if you've just tuned in, do go ahead and share with me which fire is of interest or concern to you, and let me know in chat, and I will go to it next. I'll just see if there's anything new with the Creek fire with that update. Look at that, almost 300,000 acres. Almost 300,000 acres. And the fact that the button is missing. Where's the button to go to it? I think they're doing a general update for InsaWeb that must be, well, the button is no longer there. Oh, well, is it because I'm already there? Okay, noob. Nobody saw that. Noob. So, still around 3,000 personnel. I don't see any new activity. What's their new projected weather? Weather concerns. Smoke continues to be thick in most areas overnight and in the morning with light northwest winds. In the afternoon, winds and relative humidity patterns continue with diurnal slope-driven winds daytime. A dry air mass and poor recoveries in the thermal belts through Friday. Ugh. So it's going to dry out. Increasing temperatures for the weekend and into next week will bring an extended period of the above average temperatures to the region throughout next week. Yep, that's just bad news. And in the south zone, sunny skies are expected Friday with temps a degree or two colder. Humidity slightly higher yet still dry. Since it will be fairly stable again, smoke will only slowly lift and thin out in early to mid-afternoon, not fully mixing out. So, yeah, smoke settling into the lower canyons and drainages. So that's still not good. I don't know how well pilots could ever drop anything. So, at least when there's heavy smoke cover, then these fires simmer down because it keeps them, it's like a cap on their activity. And then when the smoke goes away, they flare up, but then you can use aerial attacks, right? Well, that's the worst of both worlds here. The top smoke cap is lifting off. And it's just like this, just like we just saw. So the top of the smoke is off, and it's hazy as anything. Here. You know, like here's the higher elevations, and then here's a shot of what the smoke is like. Settling and just sitting in the ravines. That's where the fire is, and that's where you can't see to do any drops. And so because the sky is clear, then fire flares up because the cap is gone. So that's just terrible news there. So let's go back to InsaWeb. I just really don't see any new information for the Creek fire, even though that was updated. So let's see if they've updated the Bear fire from the morning. Oh. It can't keep up with my click speed. Can you hear the clicking still of the mouse? Because I'm a clicker. I'm a habitual clicker. I can't fix that. I keep clicking. I keep trying to make some sort of a filter that will... You guys won't hear my mouse clicks, but it ain't working. So, let's see. When was this updated? Bear fire. Whoops. Last time it was updated is... Oh, that's right. It's part of the North Complex. Duh. So, clicking on the North Complex. Oh, an hour and a half ago. 78% containment. Fingers crossed. We were kind of looking at... we were looking for videos. And I think I found some yesterday. But that's from the 14th. So, let's look at the North Complex / Bear fire. The deadly monster. Over 300,000 acres. So that's probably California's 4th largest fire. It was the 5th. It may have just surpassed the last record. So we do know it was caused by lightning. This information is current as of like 7 in the morning. Cool. So the fuels involved, like I was telling people, it spans 3 counties pretty much. So it's like almost, it's only 500-foot elevation, like rolling Italy, southern Italy, like rolling hills with olive trees and oak trees. At the lower elevations, that's what it's like. And then at the upper elevations, it's like rugged snow-capped mountains, Sierra Nevada. You know, like it's almost freezing at night now. It's below 40s at night. 6,000 feet elevation. The peaks being like 7,000. So it's, and in between there's like the transitioning from the hills to the mountains and plenty of canyons. So there's like 3 different climate zones within this fire. Because it climbed up into the mountains, or started in the mountains and raced for the valley. And so the we know that up there it's a forest fire, and down towards the valley it's more of a scrub kind of a fire. If I hear any, I'm going to mute that, and if I hear anything important, then I'll let you guys know. We continue to monitor the Bobcat fire radio. So as far as the bear fire goes, it's minimal. Significant events lately? Yes. Minimal activity. Creeping. Smoldering. Backing. Yes, that's what we want to see. Creeping is like there's no wind, but one bush or one tree is so close to another that just the fire spreads through touch. And that's what creeping is about. It's just, it'll go uphill real slowly just because fire goes uphill. And it's not wind driven, and that's the creeping kind of action. And smoldering is like, oh, the flames are not visible, but like a stump is on fire, and you can look underneath it, and you can see the kind of like a red glow. You know, that's what smoldering is about. Just ashes that are cooling and smoking a little. And backing is where the fire is spreading out sideways, but it's not really, the front and the rear of the fire are not really going anywhere. So... Oh, I'm sorry, that's not what backing means. That's flanking. But backing is spreading through touch. So sorry. I need to brew another coffee. So backing, creeping is kind of like going uphill slowly, and backing, I'm so sorry, is the one where just one bush or one tree touches another, and so they just kind of slowly, without wind, kind of spread like that. So that kind of activity is sluggish, and I like that. Hopefully the high winds won't fan it up, but that they're having a heat wave that is coming towards the west, and is just looking very poor for the conditions of next week. So I'm only interested now if they are saving the towns that I'm interested in, because the rest is wilderness that's already been devastated, and we just want to make sure it doesn't spread. And so where it was spreading is, okay, that is cut off. We were worried about LaPorte, but it looks like they've got mop up and hold. They're just going to mop up and hold recently fired areas near the LaPorte road systems. Cool. I like that. I like the word mop up. And let's see, what I want to know is what they're doing at Forbstown. I'm just going to type in FORB, because there is a fight to protect Forbstown. That's been going on for more than a week.
Operator +1, enter out to area 34.
Okay, I thought that was important, but they're just talking about crews, shifts, and changes down to Bobcat fire. So, let's see here. In branch 20, XX, I guess, X-ray, on the southern perimeter of the fire, crews will continue to aggressively mop up the completed firing operations. Yes. In Division F, Division Frank from the Division DF break. So Division Delta and Frank break. Tongue twister. Northwest along Old Forbstown Road to Squaw Flat Road down to the Ponderosa Reservoir. Yay. Crews will begin improving primary control lines and mopping up. Oh, yes. Yes, they saved Forbstown. It's not out of the woods quite yet, but oh, when they use this window of opportunity to go ahead and do all their firing to save the town, and even if the wind picks up now, it may just find, the fire just may find scorched earth if the embers blow over the South Fork of the Feather again. Phew. And so we know that they're up there. We know that they're up there fighting by Grizzly Reservoir, but that has been good news for days. And then Cherokee Contingency Branch has been completed. There's contingency lines. Awesome. What that means is over here. Let's see here. Where is this? Let's turn on the fire activity map. Cherokee is a town they keep saving. They keep saving and saving. It's a ghost town with a museum. Gold mining, gold rush town. So the Cherokee almost burned. It was surrounded by flames, and I thought it burned down in the Paradise Fire. So we put on, see this Table Mountain area, and Cherokee is up in there. It's usually not on the map because, boy, is it a tiny, tiny town. Oh, here it is. See, this is where, when the Paradise Fire happened in red. So let's turn off that. The red Paradise Fire jumped over Lake Oroville. It was surprising to me at the time, but now that I know about wildfire behavior, it's a huge, huge lake. So the embers jumped over and absolutely burned up this section. And I had to go in early in May, I believe it was, sometime, or maybe it was Christmas after the fire. Yeah, it was Christmas after the fire. The fire was in November. I drove up there, and somebody took me for a ride up there in their pickup, and it was weird, right? Driving along this road, everything looks normal. La 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 la. We were all joking and laughing, and boom, fire devastation. It was just like flipping a switch. And there was just blackened, scorched earth everywhere, and every home and every tree in sight was just absolutely burned up. Then my heart begins racing, but as we pulled into Cherokee, we found that the town, all the historic assets, that is where the firefighters made a stand. And they saved the town. They were surrounded 360 degrees by fire, but they saved it. And so I'm so happy to read now that the fire activity here, that they've made contingency lines over here, because this is where the current line of the Bear Fire is, also known as North Complex. And we know that if the winds pick up and blow to the west, at Cherokee, once again, could be in danger from the blowing embers. So the fact that they have contingency lines over here, that's great. I'm just happy to read that. So I hope my knowledge like that isn't boring. I think some people really just want me to read the updates and just get to the next update, get to the next update. But I think interpretation like that is valuable. If you do want to just read the updates, you can follow the links yourself. And what you can't get is my knowledge unless I share it. So that's been kind of the way I've been going with this. Okay. Let's look at chat. By the way, if anybody's tuning in, just tell me which one of the fires you want me to read about next. I'm prioritizing the ones that have been updated for the morning, because no use reading yesterday's update just to refresh and see that it was, just updated again. 8 minutes ago this was updated. Wow. Alright, so that's weird that the North Complex shield is up here when the fire is down here. Okay, whatever. So go ahead, don't be shy. I'm going to look over at chat. If you just tuned in, we still monitor the Bobcat. That's quiet right now. There are pins and needles for the Saturday and into next week heat wave and wind event coming. So hopefully they can just get as much done as they can before then. But even last night, winds were shutting down their firing plans. So fingers crossed for them. Looking over to the right, I actually tweaked the filter, Sherlock. I tweaked it, but okay, I guess I should leave it exactly where it is then, right? Yeah, I can hear the clicks, but not as bad before the filters. Cool. Okay. And yeah, Sherlock is promoting my channel. This is funny. I haven't promoted a dang thing about my channel because I'm just busy with the fires and busy with my evacuee family members and friends. And just every waking hour I'm just reading stuff and educating and interacting with people in chat. But so the people in my chat and people who are watching have gone and promoted me, and I'm so grateful and so humble about that. Malcolm is saying, expressing my qualms about the hazards, a firebomber pilot told me, don't mind the flying, it's the paperwork afterwards that I dread. Yeah, Malcolm has got some good insight on how it works with piloting. So, yeah, don't be shy, guys. Just let me know which fire you want to know about. The Bratton, 21 hours ago was its last update, but we would have seen something. We would have seen something already happen. So let's go back to main InstaWeb. I think they saved the town of Paisley and the Summer Lake Resort, the hot springs, that ancient history site. And let's look at Medford's South Ovachain fire. That one was going really well. 3 hours ago is the last update, 90% containment. So unless anybody's from Medford, I don't think I need to. Hang on, let's listen to Bobcat pilots. Oh, they got a water dropper. They're gonna go for Mount Lewis again. Sweet. Let's listen. Is that a Vertol helicopter? But this is... Okay. We do see something that looks like a Vertol water bucket carrier. I think they called it Bambi buckets. That's hilarious. They had activity on Mount Lewis. We heard the radio chatter this morning, several hours ago. And so, just like yesterday, we saw a really cool repeat of the helicopters. That was the Sky Crane yesterday. Dumping water on the sides of the hills by Paradise Springs to protect it. So we know that right here is where the fire's at currently. And sorry, we got to back up. They're trying to protect Big Pines and Wrightwood. So they're trying to stop it over here by Mount Lewis. I still... 95. I have no idea what that means. Does anybody have any questions about other fires? Please put that in chat, and I'll go back to reading the summaries of the day and the night. Morning updates. Every once in a while, though, it's cool to see that checking on the Bobcat, there's at least helicopter action today. That's pretty neat. So I'm going to turn them down to low, and until I hear anything important from the pilots, I'm not going to turn them back on for you guys. So I continue to listen to it out of my left ear by the, like the RCA dog. I can hear their radio chatter where I'm turning it off for you guys for the moment. There's just so much horrible noises that come from there. So let's look at Oregon real quick. As I expected, the big hollow fire. What? I expected more containment, but yeah, it hasn't spread. It's been sitting like that for weeks. And as I expected from that, it's just sitting there because we had this amazing, oh man, I can't tell you how crazy it was. 3 different rolling storm systems last week that rolled through. And here I am doing a live broadcast, and thunder rolls and shakes the house, and lightning was either struck the house or out in the yard. I mean, it just rattled the building. I mean, I felt through the balls of my feet, the shockwave, the windows rattling as if they were going to break, 6 car alarms going off for the entire neighborhood. I mean, that was an incredible lightning strike. I screamed I screamed live here during my broadcast. Everybody heard it. It unfortunately blew out the ears of everybody listening at the time. And I captured at least the good sound and the flash of light out the window. I was filming out the window with my cell phone at the time, so I have that footage. But I think YouTube deleted the actual footage of me live screaming on the channel. There was constant thunder in the background. It was a really cool stream, but that's how I found out the hard way. That stream, I left it on, and it was 170 hours long. It was more than a week. And I was doing a great job covering the fires for more than a week. I had more than 24,000 views on that thing. And I was documenting history as it happened. And then it never uploaded. And days later, it said it was processing. And that's how I found out that YouTube deletes all videos pretty much over 12 hours. And I had the button there that says save my video after the broadcast. It never said in the fine print, cut it off at 12 hours. So that's what I'm doing now. And it's brutal. Losing that footage was brutal. But the good news about the region, oh, and it happened twice. As soon as I said, I think it's over, guys, then the house got struck by lightning again. It's totally nuts. And then a guy who was upset about all the car alarms ran out in the street and shot one of the cars that had a car alarm going off. I didn't witness it, but I heard it. It was a pellet gun. It was just totally nuts. I looked over at that car later, and I don't see any damage. He may have missed it, so I decided that I was going to let a sleeping dog lie with that crazy person, especially since I didn't personally witness it. I just filmed the sound of him cursing like mad and yelling up and down the street, and then I heard the shot, and then I think I know where it came from, but since I have no name to give the police, and that guy was suggested to me that he may be like a PTSD veteran type or something, I just decided to let that lie. It's like, what am I going to say to the police from that random direction over there? There was a crazy dude who shot at a car, but seems to have missed. Like, what's that going to do? But yeah, angry and crazy people suck is the comment by Sherlock. I have to agree. I know we're all on edge. This has been a hard 2020. But we got to keep it together. We got to stop shooting the cars that have their alarms go off because lightning strikes 50 feet away from them. That would be good. I'm just dismayed about the craziness that's going on, and it's 2020. Man, it could be over now. That'd be good. So that happened live on the broadcast too, but I do have that on the cell phone later someday. I'll update that. But that was one of the craziest broadcasts. I'll never get that back. I have saved portions of it, which I can go through my archives later. But unfortunately, I do have to end the stream every 12 hours because I found out the hard way that's what occurs. But sorry, looping back to my original point, those series of rolling storms, they hit southern Oregon here, and then they just went, and the coolest thing was right when they hit about here, right about Eugene, the storm says, oh, there's a fire over there, and there's a fire over here. It split in half, and then one section of the storm went and rained buckets all over the awful Holiday Farm, Beachy, Lion's Head, and Riverside fire. And the other one split off and rained all over the Echo Mountain Complex fire. And one by one, all of my listeners were going, oh my God, it's thundering, I may lose power. Yeah, and then they lost power, and they were gone for a bit. And Torin, the resident firefighter who comes in here sometimes, he's down there by Albany, right? And one by one, even at Cave Junction, Roseburg, Eugene, people checking in, and then Torin here at Albany, they're saying, this is the craziest lightning I've ever seen. I was monitoring it with Windy, pew, 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 pew. Just thousands of lightning strikes going off. The storm was moving rapidly to the north. And so eventually the conclusion of the lightning strike story there was that it came up and split off, and then my Gresham people went offline, my Gladstone people went offline because of the storm, and then it came up here because I'm out here in Columbia County, and that's when it struck my house. But Torin down here, I thought he was messing with me. He said that lightning struck his neighbor's car 50 feet away from him. I was like, oh, whatever. He goes, no, really. And then just about an hour later, when it reached up here, then lightning struck my house, or in the yard, can't tell. And, I mean, real close. Just really close. And that was live on the stream, and I come back to the mic, I'm like, you weren't joking. So the running gag here on the stream is that Zeus tried to kill us both. And Torin now has the nickname Thor's Bane. That's pretty hilarious. But the fact that it struck here twice, within an hour, I don't think I'll never have a stream that exciting again. Never mind, knock on wood. Now that I say that, there'll be an earthquake live on my stream. But, oh God, you guys, I said it. I said I'll never have another exciting stream again. Oh, what did I just set up? Anybody who knows me knows that I'm like, just a magnet for really weird events. Just weird things happen to me. Just really, really weird things. Oh boy, I said it. I'm cursed. Alright, well, I got this recorded too, so the next weird thing that happens to me, I'll rewind back here and say, see, it's because I said that. Alright, back to the fires. These got rained out. Rained out. The only thing in pretty much the Lion's Head fire, White River fire is out. The Lion's Head is still of concern, but they've got these hot shots on it. They made extremely good containment lines. They had top-tier elite crews there. They saved Warm Springs. Unfortunately, they may have lost the, a struggling resort that was over here by, Olali Lake. That might have been burned up, I'm not sure. But they stopped it with a big 10-mile line of defense right here. And they stopped it from going over to Warm Springs. And they stopped it right here from going towards Bend. Excuse me, I didn't mean to zoom like that. Bend. So Bend had a double threat of the Holiday Farm fire here to the west and the Lion's Head fire. It forked out in a C shape, kind of like a branch here, like a Y, I guess. One hand going for Warm Springs, the other one roaring through this little valley in between the mountains going for Bend. And it's an optical illusion, but these are equally distant fires. So Bend had some of the world's worst smoke, and air quality for a while, even though they had no fire near them. And so my Bend people were like, and but knock on wood, it's holding steady. Just like the other fires, the Riverside one here kind of has two different climates. To the west here is the wet Willamette Valley and the wet forest of the Cascades. It's about time for the rains to come seasonally and the wet season to begin. It's been drizzling all week, with those serious thunderstorms the week prior. And the only problem that they're seeing is on the east side here, where it comes out of the mountains. This is, you know, the high desert of Oregon over here, like kind of where the Lion's Head is. And the Lion's Head wants to reach up and meet it. And these wind conditions and these dry areas make this front of the fire completely a different game than the west. The west is over. Thanks for playing. The wet season's here. They made the lines. Estacada was saved. You know, blah, blah, blah. However, this little section here, they're kind of worried about. They don't want it going to the Mountain Head National Forest. So, other than that, I mean, that's pretty much what's going on. Same thing with the Beachy Creek fire, the eastern flank here in this area. And in between, they're making good lines as far as I can tell. People are going back to their homes over here on alert, kind of by Wilhoit, Silver Falls State Park. But everybody here is in quite a panic. This was all mandatory evacuation, right up to Salem's doorstep, Almsville, Sublimity, Staten. In fact, if you didn't watch my exciting broadcast of yesterday, I showed the incredible story of how this blew up from a tiny lightning strike fire in the wilderness to this thing that swallowed towns and made every firefighter in this zone flee for his life along with their residents. And I read the survival stories of people who lived through it and people who didn't. And what did this person do versus the people who didn't make it. So that's a very good thing to go back and look to at my past broadcasts. But pretty much every city, town, every town in the Cascades here in this mountain pass has been obliterated to severely damaged. Like Detroit Lake, it's a functionally extinct town. That the word functionally is used because the business district is completely gone. And they will have to rebuild Detroit Lake, you know, the Detroit City. It's not Detroit City, Detroit Lake, the town of it. If they want to, you know, they probably will. But Idaho or Idanha, I don't know how to say that, is pretty much obliterated. Gates, Mill City, it's all under this red, you know, the little communities, tons and tons of little properties. I used to drive this. I was just getting familiar with the area, and now that I'm seeing the aftermath pictures, I can't believe what I'm seeing. I was just getting familiar with this cute little area. Mill City, a historic town. Brighton Bush Hot Springs, of course, over here, absolutely obliterated too, which is kind of its own little town. Historical. Lyons, Elkton, Jawbone Flats. Jawbone Flats has been erased. The best preserved mining town in Oregon. The best preserved mining town in Oregon from the turn of the century just went up in flames. They had just spent more than a decade restoring the health and the ecosystem of the area, restoring the buildings, and opening up an interpretive center for this untouched, never touched by the hand of white man forest called the Opal Creek Wilderness. It was a incredible old growth wilderness, and that's just pretty much been torched and just that Labor Day storm was incredible, just absolutely unprecedented. Haven't seen anything like it since the 30s, and I don't think there's been fires like this in the Cascades at all before. I mean, I could be wrong. I'd have to go back in history, but when I keep saying that Eugene, Springfield, Salem, and Medford, and Grants Pass, and Roseburg, and even Southeast Portland, and all of Clackamas County, all of those population centers were almost wiped off the map with unchecked, no control over these raging monster fires just running towards these population centers. I'm not exaggerating at all, and I don't know why the media didn't pick up on that. You know, you'd think that the media would pick up on a natural disaster like this that's unprecedented and probably won't see again in our lifetime. They are bored with the story already. Can't believe it. But the wind changed. So this is a great hard lesson to learn, that if we want to stop this in the future, we need to have some permanently maintained fire lines and rethink our entire mode of being here. So let's see, anybody in chat have any special requests? I will go one by one through all the fires. And Echo Mountain Complex is of importance. because I do like to go to Lincoln City. It's a really cool place. And sadly, a lot of people have lost homes. It was by this miniature town of Otis, which is pretty much a ghost town. Oh my God, that scared me. I thought that was thunder. If you heard that banging, that's got to be some sort of like a metal, a junk, back of the pickup, junk metal, and the back pickup rolls by through here sometimes, and then he doesn't stop for speed bumps, and he gives me a heart attack because it sounds like thunder when his truck rattles. Larry, that's a speed bump, Larry. Oh, okay, my heart's settling down. I'm now afraid of thunder after that lightning thing. I had just gone out to my car just like 10 minutes prior, and lightning struck outside by my car, so... Alright, so Otis, this little mini ghost town, was for sale a while ago, and around it is this and wasn't it Rose Lodge, which has suffered some devastation, and it hasn't been updated for 6 days. But as far as I know, because of that heavy rains, it's just they're mopping up, and it's just still smoldering up in the rugged terrain up here. So if anyone has any questions, just put it in chat, and I continue to monitor. Oh, let's listen to the pilots. They've started talking again at the Bobcat fire. I'm not lying, I swear. Okay, that either happens, or the moment I start talking, they talk over me. So, this is current conditions at Mount Wilson Observatory at the Bobcat fire. I'm going to turn down the volume again, and if they actually start talking for real, we'll go back to it. But it's so hazy. I mean, they're, especially over here, we do know that they are doing bucket drops, because this really cool Vertol helicopter, Rocky Wang. What? Is that its name? Rocky Wang? Sikorsky S61N? Rocky Wang? What the heck?
Tango training from Tango Command. Go for training. I'm up here with the 8-9 buses behind Fenner. Might have a secondary access point to get water to Pinion Ridge. When you get up here, we can talk it up. Alright, copy that. Drive time from base.
Pinion Ridge. Okay. We'll have to figure out what that is. Okay, Rocky Wang seems to be the photographer. Okay. I thought that was the helicopter's nickname.
26 on 13 in service with the duty. Area 21.
Yeah, Rocky Wang. So it is, this specific craft, this one, is...
Angeles copies at 911.
dropping water on Mount Lewis, where we know that the most active part of the Bobcat fire is right now. So they just called something about Pinion Peak. Is that what they just said? You're wanting more attention there from the pilots. So I'm going to zoom out. Looks like air attack 52's back up in the air. So that's the Rockwell 690B scout plane. And he directs the where he wants the drops. And over here, we've got some more helicopter action on the Bobcat fire. Excuse me. Oh, that was the scout helicopter, I believe. And I just don't expect too much activity, except on maybe these mountainsides where there's no smoke. But in these ravines down here by Mount Wilson, with these conditions, I don't know that that's going to be conducive to dropping anything with aerial tankers. So we continue to monitor the Bobcat. And when they talk, I will unmute it. But right now, let's look up, where is Mount Pinion? Let's look at Mount Pinion. Where's my CAL FIRE tab? I'm going to look at that. If you have a specific fire, I will just type it in chat and I'll read its outlook. Next. Pine Mountain Club. I don't believe this is the correct spot. Or was it Pinion Peak? Because that's Mount Pinos. Or Pinos? Okay, we can put on fire detection. Yeah, that's the wrong one. We don't detect heat there. Pinion Peak. Let's see. Yeah, that's more like it, I believe. No, that's Carmel Valley, and that has nothing to do with anything. So I struggle sometimes. There may be like a local nickname or something that's not on CalTopo. But as we can see here, the Bobcat fire has got actually just 3 sections. This one in the middle, I consider the same section. The up here is where fire keeps spreading around Little Rock Reservoir. And they're getting a better and better handle on it. But they're still putting out the hot spots of Juniper Hills. And so this GOES 17 satellite is only detecting them currently within the last 11 hours by Mount Wilson, where they did firing activity. We know there's a big moving fire here. They're trying to trap it here, and I think they're doing a good job. But over here at Paradise Springs, this is where the bucket drops are going, the Bambi buckets, and they're trying to save big pines and Wrightwood. And Largo Vista was already devastated, and so was Mile High, but they're trying to keep that away. Whatever they were able to save, you know, keep saving it. So we can cheer on the Bambi Bucket Brigade there with the helicopter drops. So in that, what was this, a Vertol? This aircraft.
Up drainage from that ranch. It looks like there's some even in that little valley between that, the base of the north aspect and then that little mountain between that north aspect and the river. On the north side of that little ridge, the base of the main hill, there's a great that causes the ranch put that in.
Well, something about a ridge. That's all I can make out. I do believe we should have a fundraiser and buy everybody involved in firefighting a new radio. And the pilots too. Oh, it's Chinook, right? Okay. Yeah, that's a Sikorsky. That's a Sikorsky. I just read that, and I have a mind of a goldfish right now. But I am developing kind of a headache. So I'm going to just go through this InstaWeb stuff and then find some aspirin. As I said, I'm waiting for the updates, the morning updates for some of these fires before I read it. Bobcat's holding steady. We already went past the creek fire. It's got water in it? Okay. But that's about all I can make out. So, let's see. Where... Just looking for new updates. Alright, that's it. I'm turning that way down. I'm only going to unmute that if there's intelligible chatter. I'm sorry, guys. So, Bratton, 22 hours ago was updated. 242, updated 3 days ago. 11 minutes ago on the South Oba chain. Okay, 90% containment. That's good. And Holiday, 21 hours ago still. Beachy, 17 minutes ago. Let's look at the Beachy. Alright, folks, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to put coffee on and get some aspirin. Oh, man. But that's the next fire we're going to read. That one is, I have personal grudge against, and this one has taken lives and destroyed probably most, I don't know how much really, but a lot of the, some of Oregon's last untouched old growth. Just absolutely staggering. I have some incredible photos I can share with you about what it was like. What it was like before the fire. Because I don't think in a few generations it'll be looking like that ever again. I'm going to turn on the pilot chatter, and I'll be right back. Be back in 3 minutes.
South Guerrero, Jack. On Jack. 7,500 below. Will that work for now? We want to just send down to 9. Below. Okay, so if you see an opportunity to you find that need or anywhere near it, we can come over there first and try to talk to you guys in on it. And if we get something approved in there, it would be a big troop shuttle to get some, maybe one lot in there. We'll be able to work some of that and take care of it. We can definitely cold sell it.
Angeles, Patrol 22 on Tone 13 in service. I have coordinates for that heat yesterday. Get ready for it. 3423 decimal 34 117 59er decimal 79. For Bobcat communication. Have arrived at 77. Yeah, thanks. Let's get a prime portion that has been working up here for us. We'll give it a go.
Telco, Angeles.
Angeles, Bobcat air attack on ForestNet. Go ahead.
Cat Air Attack, confirming your tow number is 8 Papa Quebec. And if so, would you reset your flight following? I'm unable to see you on the AFS.
Okay, thanks for checking. We're November 108 Sierra Alpha.
Copies, I have you, positive AFS, 8 Sierra Alpha.
08 Sierra Alpha and Air Attack 12 is out of service today. Mechanical.
For that, I have you, positive AFS, 8 Sierra Alpha.
Thanks, Angeles. If you want to help, just help me on National. I'll bring ForestNet up. I'm not able to monitor due to the incident commitment frequencies. Off, you guys start turning left, pick up the black edge off that retard, and that's it. There's some white ash down in the bottom. It made it all the way to the bottom, and may still have a little heat in it, but that was the area flying over that plane to your left.
Pulled off the line last night around midnight, bed down, and unclear as to our day's assignment. 3143.
open mic on 4set.
Okay, sorry, I was a liar once again. I said he'd be back in 3 minutes, and that's when the phone rang. So, sorry about that, folks. So I'm going to read about the Beachy Creek fire. This is an update. Oh, and my coffee is ready over there. So, actually, just give me 45 seconds to get my coffee, and I'm going to read you the Beachy Creek fire update. This is the new information that I want to know about. I want to know how they're going to kill this monster. Yeah, sorry guys. Be right back again. Okay, I'm back, and thank you so much, Sherlock, for the report. Constantly helping me with the show. Can't do it without you. Can't do it without my other mods, and I can't do it without you listeners. So thanks, everybody, for being here, all 9 of you. In fact, I think I'm one of them, so all 8 of you. And so what we have here, if you have just joined, please go ahead and put your fire of interest in the chat, and I'll read you that one next. I'm going to go through the general updates on the Western fires. So far today is kind of quiet news, but this is the last kind of couple of days before the bad weather begins. So I believe the next couple of broadcasts, the next couple of days I do, might be a little, well, significantly more hectic. So they're trying to do as much as they can before the weather changes. Even all the way up towards Portland, there's going to be these dry east winds coming. We're already seeing on some of my NOAA weather app alert updates here, we're already seeing quite a few notifications of high wind warning fire danger warning. So hopefully that doesn't become red flag, but you never know. It's a heat wave. So California's going to get a heat wave. And, Oregon's going to be a little bit drier, so California, of course, is just the one of concern. All right, the Beachy Creek update, the deadly monster that has erased, how many towns did it destroy? Well, Brighton Bush is more of a resort than Edanha, how you ever say that. It destroyed Detroit Lake, Mill City, Niagara, Lyons, Mahama, Elkton, and Gates, and Jawbone Flats. So this one fire has destroyed 10 towns, one of which, Jawbone Flats, was a restored ghost town, the best preserved ghost town for gold mining in the Cascades, and in fact the entire state of Oregon that I've ever seen. And I've gone out there and I've surveyed many. So yeah, as a history major, this has just absolutely been brutal. Just the loss of the cultural resources as well as the natural resources and people's property and lives. It's just, this one is a monster, and I can't wait for them to declare victory on this thing. So mostly this was another one that was rained out. Last week's storm and then this week's drizzle just really put rain all over it, and it's like smoldering stumps kind of thing. But with the wind kicking up this weekend and next week being drier, they're kind of worried for some flare-ups, I think. But for the most part, it's stayed within its boundaries and hasn't particularly moved for weeks, as Oregon experienced week after week of very favorable conditions, where the fire is just continuing to chew up and eat all of the fuel within its own boundaries, and it's just getting weaker and weaker over time. All right, so incident overview. Southwest Incident Management Team 2, under the leadership of Incident Commander John Pearson, is managing the Beachy Creek fire for now. I mean, they had a different team before. And if you've seen my other broadcast of yesterday, holy crap, when we went through the Beachy Creek fire disaster, when everyone was fleeing for their lives and the incident command post was gone up in flames and power lines were down everywhere, and 70 people being trapped at Detroit Lake, and several people just being trapped in their cars. Some people dying, but some people making it. One guy that stayed behind at Jawbone Flats being found dead. This has been one scene of horror. This would be one heck of a horror film if this were a movie. So the that other broadcast that I did, and when we had resident firefighter Cogito looking at it, he said, "Holy crap!" too. That's one heck of a video where the incident command, the old incident commander explained what went wrong, and that's the craziest thing I've ever heard. They basically had, I'll just summarize that. Then you can go back to my old broadcast. So the tiny fire was up here, well actually over here, in remote wilderness, old growth forest that had never been logged and never had a road. And so unfortunately there's no fire access road. So the crews tried dumping water on it from above. That wasn't working. They wanted to parachute in the hot shots, but they declined because firefighters have to have a way out. They never enter an area where there's no way out. The loss of 14 firefighters before, and there was a movie about that years ago. They learned their lesson. Always have an exit strategy. And they said, there's no way out. It's rugged terrain. There's no trails, let alone roads. So if we parachute in there and it gets out of control with wind, what are we going to do? We'll just die. And so that was a very valid point. And because of that, they decided to just try to get a control on it from the air, and that did not work. It stayed small for weeks, and they did what they could to wet down Jawbone Flats, the ghost town that became a living museum tourism spot, and interpretive center for the ancient Opal Creek wilderness. Well, that just burned to the ground, with one cabin surviving, even though despite their best efforts to wet it down, the fire just ripped through here, exploded, going from 50 acres, 50, to just a mere 450 acres over time, just slowly spreading, and then boom, more than 100,000 acres in like a 20-hour period. And so this is just a monster. It just ripped through here, erased towns, all of them along Highway 22. I don't believe that there's much standing in any town along Highway 22. It met and merged with the Lion's Head fire back near Labor Day. Then it took out over the next few days Brighton Bush Hot Springs as the Lion's Head fire spread east. The only thing that saved the towns of Sublimity and Staten and Salem, the state capital, Salem, and Scotts Mills and all that, and that was the wind change. That after the Labor Day windstorm was over, so this entire spread happened in like 48 hours, if you can believe it. This is gigantic. You know, the incident command post moved from Gates, moved to Staten, and moved further west as everybody was fleeing from the monster. All of this blew up in 48 hours and has pretty much stayed still ever since the crazy thing with Labor Day. But that should be a movie. It really should. And I went over this comprehensively the other day if you want to watch the other broadcasts. So I am keenly interested in this one, and I want to see this one dead. I want this fire dead. I want everything about it dead. I'm not going to do the Scarface quote because I just can't sound gangster enough. But this is one serious thing. This has destroyed irreplaceable old-growth forest. Just a gem. That would have been kind of like a UNESCO Heritage Site, Natural Wonder kind of award class forest. I can't tell you how bad this one is. But see my other broadcast if you want to know how that thing exploded. But the down power lines fell on a fence at the incident command post at Gates, even though it was miles and miles away from the actual fire. That down power line electrified the fence, and the chain link fence went red hot real quick and lit all the vegetation on fire 360 degrees around the state-of-the-art firehouse / incident command post. And so they were fighting for their lives. And they ran, just like everybody else. The town of Gates was not defendable because they said that power lines were just dropping everywhere. And they just said, let's just flee. Let's evacuate the town. So right now, here's the current information on the Beachy Creek. So let's see here. The Nasty Rock. When I was driving down the road to Jawbone Flats earlier this year, I remarked, me and my mom said, Nasty Rock? Nasty Rock. But that is the name of a peak. Don't ask me why. I would love to know why that's called that. So, blah, 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 blah. Marion County Sheriff and the incident team are advising residents about potential hazards of hot ash, falling trees, and hazardous debris, and possible rock slides. A tree may look alive and green, and yet the fire may have burned the base, making it a falling hazard. On State Route 22, debris is constantly being removed, so they are in a race against time to remove the burned-out cars and the messed-up propane tanks and leaking gasoline from the burned-out gas stations and all that, because if there's too much more rain, all that debris and all the toxins are going to go into the river and kill fish and to pollute that's irrigation and drinking water, So they are doing as much as they can along Highway 22, and that's where it's mostly in cleanup phase, but it continues to smolder and kind of be quietly alive towards the north and northeast in the interior of the border. Insurance firms are getting in the area to assess damage, and utility companies are making repairs. Marion County Sheriff's deputies are also escorting specific boat owners to removal of the boats from Detroit Lake due to the low water levels. Only owners are allowed into the area. The firefighters are working directly on the western edge, connecting the pieces of containment line, and the weather conditions will be favorable this Monday and Tuesday. Just to the east of Silver Falls State Park, there's more lines. It's all good on the western front. And they said over on the eastern edge of the fire by Jawbone Flats, there is more intense heat in the Nasty Rock area. Pushing towards Burnt Mountain. Additional acreage will burn there on Monday. Oh, bad punctuation. I thought that was a period. It's a comma. Will burn there on Monday, which has backed down to the bottom of the slope along the Malala River. Okay, so There is more intense heat in the Nasty Rock area, which is east of Elkton, pushing towards Burnt Mountain. Additional acreage will burn there on Monday, which has backed down to the bottom of a slope along the Molalla River. Now that's one heck of a run-on sentence. When it crosses the drainage, expect fire to accelerate up the western aspect of Burnt Mountain, which has backed down to the bottom of the slope along the Molalla River. And you know what? I decided to do something. While I read this, I'm just going to show you visuals. ODOT has an amazing fires. Let's see, let's go into my library real quick here. ODOT has an amazing, a playlist, the ODOT wildfires playlist. I'm just going to mute that and you can see what I'm talking about. You can just see what I'm talking about with these fires. So let me look at my own playlist here. So yeah, Oregon 22 fires. Sorry, I'm going to mute that. So that was September 11th when they started trying to clean up and assess what's going on here. Like I said, it was wind. This is non-copyright footage, that's why I can show it to you. But this is just a scene of horror and devastation. So when this was perfectly lush green land, in March it was a wonderland of amazing old growth forest. A lot of this is very emotional for me to watch. And we're seeing here burned up examples of the invasive weed, the Himalayan blackberry, which makes fires so much worse. So this is Gates, I believe. See what I mean about the cleanup of the gas stations? So let's just have that rolling. That is the different fires. So this is the Riverside one, but you can just see that this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about the Western Oregon fires. So back to describing the damage over here in the current conditions of the Beachy Creek fire. Firefighters are working on the western edge to connect lines, so Silver Falls State Park is looking good. That area, Nasty Rock towards the Molalla River, has activity and is expected to move. And then when it crosses that drainage, expect fire to accelerate up the western aspect towards Burnt Mountain. By Wednesday, a windy and wet pattern moves in that is forecast to produce up to an inch of rain. Wind gusts could reach 45 miles per hour. Crews are preparing the area for the weather. So, like I said, next week is going to be a critical week. This stuff isn't over. You know, unfortunately, the news media is kind of bored of the story already, but we are still on pins and needles. You know, with the heat wave coming into California and the wind forecast, you know, we're still on pins and needles. Oregon will probably never see anything like that wind event for the foreseeable decades of the future, because Santa Ana winds don't affect Oregon. But the Santa Ana winds, which are seasonal, which do affect California, are yet to come. And so there's this ticking time bomb kind of thing. Can they get rid of all the fires that are going right now or contain them by the time the Santa Ana winds arrive? That's basically dry. Imagine a dry hurricane, except it's not constant winds, but hurricane-forced wind gusts coming out of Nevada, and that basically hits California sometime in either September, October, or November every year, and then there's a second round in the spring sometimes. So you can imagine why they need to get these fires contained or out before that natural phenomenon comes back again. Alright, continuing with the Beachy Creek fire, if you just tuned in, please let me know in the chat which fire you want me to investigate next, and then I may be going for the day. I may have to go and help someone with some evacuation stuff. Tentatively, some of my family are moving back in, but this is the kind of stuff they're returning to, near their homes. So this is ODOT's various images that they've... you see this? I'm pausing this. Everywhere you see this, that's where a car burned. And the horrible spots in Paradise where the asphalt is still burned like that usually marks the death of a person. So, not always. You know, sometimes people got out and they made it out. But usually, you know, in these fires, statistically, most people die in their cars, trying to escape when they didn't realize it was too late. And if this is the part where a person died, that's tragic, because just within walking distance is the river. So I just wanted to point that out. That's the kind of thing that makes me flinch when I see it. I saw rows of 6 when I saw the aftermath of the Paradise fire. And sure enough, six cars, and heavy stuff. So this is a little emotional for me. I'm trying to, let's try and keep it real. So I'm looking back at the Beachy Creek fire update. If any of you have just tuned in, let me know in chat which fire you want me to look at. So there are currently 1,118 structures are still at level 3 get out and stay out evacuations. Another 4,574 structures are in level 2 get ready to go evacuations. Now level 2 get ready does not mean wait till you're told to leave. It doesn't mean you might have to leave. Level 2 means finish up your packing. You're probably going to be at level 3. Probably. So I just thought I'd point that out. They keep trying to get the word out. It's a little bit misleading to get ready, set, go. Never wait until somebody tells you to leave. Always be the smart person who left early by checking out wind conditions and the weather forecast. If it looks bad, please get out of the fire's way before waiting for authorities to tell you. Because as we just saw with this Beachy Creek fire, none of the people who got caught in it really had much awareness of what was going on. They thought that the firefighters would tell them about level 3. Well, the firefighters were fleeing for their lives and fleeing from their own firehouses as they were burning to the ground. That same thing happened with Paradise too. Just please don't wait to be told to leave. If you're level 2, just go ahead and leave. Especially if the weather looks worse. So, safety, blah blah blah. They're talking about safety, road closures, blah blah blah. Everybody in the area already knows about them. So, the cause was unknown, but likely lightning. Like I described before, it was such a remote area where people just don't go, with no trails, no roads, and such an elevation that they think that lightning probably struck that area. But it's so moist up there and so chilly in the Cascades that it probably was at that magic temperature where there's something called a sleeper fire, where Torin and others were telling me about that. If lightning strikes pine needles like on the ground or bushes, it can kind of start a fire that just doesn't have flames, but it smolders, and like the hot ashes and the hot coals kind of creep around. There's just not enough wind yet to make it flame, and that can sit there for a month, and then wind, boom, you got an instantaneous fire. So that's the kind of fire that they hate, and as far as all the experts kind of know, that it probably was a lightning-caused sleeper fire. So the personnel on it right now are 755 people, and that's okay, because it's pretty much kind of rained itself out. And so I just read where the activity is, but other than that, there's not much activity. So the fuels involved are timber, like a real forest fire, but then there's brush, like 2 feet of brush. And then when it ran down into the towns, it was burning up, of course, buildings as fuel. And the grass and understory are like the baby trees and grass and such. So it was burning up pasture land. It was burning up the meadows next to the rivers. It was burning up the little valleys. It's just such a huge fire that it kind of spans different climates. Oh my gosh, there's that guy with that truck again. I don't know if you heard that, but there's a guy who has scrap metal in the back of his truck all the time, like washing machines, and he does not brake for speed bumps. And it sounds like thunder every time he runs over that speed bump. And Now I'm thunder PTSD because while I was broadcasting last week, lightning struck my house twice, or right next to the car. Oh boy. Oh boy. So this is what we like to see: minimal and smoldering. Die. Beachy Creek fire, die. So isolated heat sources remain scattered in the fire, but all remained in a smoldering state due to the recent precipitation, meaning the week of drizzle, and elevated humidity. The fire season for Western Oregon is pretty much done as far as the weather is concerned, except we have a new sort of an unusual heat wave / wind event coming up next week, but Oregon is not getting it like California. California is the one to be fearful for. So, predicted a cold front will move across the fire Friday, bringing soaking rains, yes, and gusty winds, that's okay. Soaking rains. Up to an inch will be possible by Friday evening. Gusty southwest winds, up to 35 miles an hour, will impact the higher terrain and exposed slopes. Heavy cloud cover and rain will lead to below normal temperatures, with many areas expected to remain in the 50s throughout the day. Yeah, Oregon's pretty soggy, this part of Oregon. So, let's see here. Even though we had a pretty dry summer, which helped this turn into a monster, that just won't be true for the winter. So, Oregon, the joke about Western Oregon is that it rains or drizzles. Oh no, look at this. This is the town, what's left of Detroit. Like I said, all these places were kind of erased. So an ODOT drone, FAA authorized flight. Yeah, guys, just land your drones. Don't go out and catch the wildfire damage. If you want to do that, you can get permission. But they grounded all of the tanker planes, all of the tankers that were working on the Bobcat fire like 5-6 days ago. Like 7 tanker planes had to be grounded because one of them spotted a drone at 6,000 feet by Mount Wilson. That probably means that made me car sick. That probably means that the person was up on Mount Wilson Road and flying their drone 350 feet up in the air, because Mount Wilson is about 5,750 feet. But that grounded all the planes. You know, just don't fly your drone anywhere near a wildfire. It's illegal. You will get a major fine, and they'll find you. You know, it becomes a measure. It becomes a national security thing. They'll find you. I can't believe what I'm seeing with Detroit Lake and other places. So, that's the Beachy Creek update. It was updated as of 45 minutes ago. And, they're talking about just general stuff. Let's see if there's been a video. 4 days ago was the last video, so we won't go through that. Now, if anybody has any requests right now, I'm just going to quickly blitz through the fires. There's not much known. The only 2 I really were concerned about in eastern Oregon was the Bratton fire because of Paisley. It's 90% contained now, looking great. The 242 fire, 89% contained now. I guess that's good, but they haven't updated it for 3 days. It was so weird. It was like, we expect the fire to spread. We expect the fire to spread, northwest and southwest. We expect structures to be lost. That was the entire outlook for the last couple of weeks. And then all of a sudden it jumps to like 85% containment without a word of explanation. So, I don't know what to make about the 242 fire. They're starting to get a handle of the South Obachane fire by Medford. And I was looking for an update for this later. Let's see. Yeah, we finally got our update. 25% containment there. So let me write down a timestamp. One moment. I'm going to try to help people out. So the Beachy, I stopped talking about that around 2 hours and 45 minutes. Okay, now that it's 2 hours and 48 minutes, we're going to talk about the what we talk about next, the Slater. Okay, So here's the Slater just updated. Hey, we've got somebody in chat. Welcome, Lurkface. Oh yeah, I can explain all that. Having lost, Lurk is asking a very good question about how unusual it is for some trees like to be green and untouched, and some of them to be dead, and some homes to be blackened, and some of them to be okay. And so that's a very good question. So that actually is normal fire behavior, and fire's always kind of been like that. But it's more, visible now that we have drones and such. What's going on. And so the first couple of things to point out about fire behavior is, first of all, it obeys wind. So wherever the wind is pushing it, that's where it's going to go. And since once these get big, they create their own weather. The wind can actually shift into a strange kind of, like if you look at it, it'll look like a nuclear bomb cloud or like a mushroom cloud. With the worst of the fires that are spreading rapidly. And so there's a huge heat column going up. And then as the heat column goes up and up and up, just like with a volcanic eruption or anything else, any sort of massive heat generating event like a wildfire, once it reaches that size, it kind of shifts up there. The actual heat up there in the atmosphere will it'll have a sucking effect. So you'll have a traveling effect when it first breaks out, and then there's a weird, thing where the smoke is going up, it's getting denser, and so is the heat going in that column. And the smoke is a blanket trapping heat in the column. If you can picture a really big wildfire. And once that gets really intense up there, it starts to spawn its own weather and move wind patterns. So what you kind of see through here are things like fire tornadoes. Fire tornadoes, if you've ever seen the path of a tornado, they like selectively go, and then the houses next to a tornado are fine. And so we just did get some reports that there were some fire tornadoes in the Bear Complex fire, the North Complex, where I was showing people the incredible giant mushroom cloud-esque kind of feature that was on the Bear fire. So let me just show you what I mean, the historic run of the Bear fire. It looked like a mushroom cloud, like a volcanic eruption. So, like, for example, like when it reaches something like that, when it reaches that kind of a formation, the reason this happens, mushroom shape is just a column of very, very hot air. And then as it loses steam, it's like pushing, hot air rises. So the hot air and the smoke and the ash go up, 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 up. And then they hit the super cooled winds up the higher atmosphere, right? And that starts to cool it, and it loses its propensity to go up and that ability. So as it cools, it spreads out because it just can't climb anymore. That's the mushroom shape. Where down here, the column of the mushroom kind of is still rising. And that'll just be any heat event, whether it be volcanoes or whatnot. So when it reaches this proportion, which this Beachy Creek fire did, it was every bit as crazy as this. This is a time lapse, and this was the same day, same wind conditions, same thing, a mountain fire racing towards the valley, just like the Beachy Creek right here that took out Detroit Lake. And as this happens, you're starting to see it create its own weather. We know in this one, here's a different angle. Sorry about that flashing. Here's the firestorm situation. This is in time lapse. That's that same fire. So as you can see, the wind, it is now sucking. It is pulling up the huge fire. The demand for oxygen is huge, and so it is sucking at oxygen, just like in a house fire. You'll see fire reach, like if somebody cuts a hole in the roof in a house fire, it'll reach up, and then it'll suck the air out of other rooms, and then whatever the fire is doing will reach up, towards the roof. And so this demand for oxygen is creating a vacuum situation, and then that feeds this column. And once all this vacuum happens, plus the high winds, you get the swirl effect. And so I was just reading on my phone the California's single largest wildfire spawned 2 massive fire tornadoes, and one was an EF2. And I believe that was over. This one definitely did one, and I think that is talking about the August complex. So when we look back here, the second thing I should tell you about wildfire is it moves in fingers. So as winds, like here's the Bobcat fire is a good example. As the winds move a fire, there's something called, it kind of moves in a column, right? Going with the winds. So this would be like the head of the fire. And then fingers will branch out. These are called fingers. These are going to be moving with the terrain as the wind moves across terrain. So what fires like to do is they like to follow lines that move around with terrain. Like this is a ravine, so there's going to be a high wind tunnel kind of effect. They love to move on ridges, ridge tops, because those are where high winds are. And then, so like the fire here would have started here, and the finger developed because it ran across the ridge and then it went this way. Then they love to climb hills. So the fingering effect, you will see that in other places, for example, like Paradise. So remember that Paradise burned for more than a week before they got it out in the town. So we can't show it too well, but what the best example that people who were wondering, like, why were some sections completely fine and why weren't some? Oh, sorry, here's Paradise. If you look at its topography, you'll see why. Here's the more enhanced terrain shading. So the fire started here because of an ember that drifted over. So you'll see these stripes. These are where the wind that's running across the top of the plateau is naturally funneled down into these gully washes, into these ravines, especially into this crazy ravine here. So when the fire moved over, the wind was going towards the west, and then the wind kind of curved over. It went down here towards Chico. And so if you line up houses, excuse me, this is 100%, you can kind of see the fingering effect when you layer like this, as there are strips of fingers that went down and took out neighborhoods of Paradise, and strips of fingers that went down and took out Paradise here, and another strip, another finger that went over that way. And so fingers reaching out like that is kind of what fire behavior is like. And that is until it reaches this. Then you've got the giant mushroom cloud kind of effect, and right now the wind is still pushing that way. But you see the formation of one of the mushroom clouds here, and it was kind of over here previously, right? So what you see that spares a lot of the homes is the wind is now sucked up. Instead of moving flat across someplace, whoops, I didn't mean to unpause that. Instead of moving flat across places, you start seeing the wind suck the fire vertically. And that will spare some buildings. And the fire tornadoes can take out a house and leave others untouched. There's other couple factors in here too. And one of which is that firefighters try to save the buildings they can. So as the fire is coming to the town, and we see this in Paradise again and again, the firefighters will save, they go into triage like a surgeon. Okay, we got a lot of patients here. We can't save all of them. Which ones are the most likely to be saved? So this building right here, I can tell you they would not save it because that's a giant propane tank. They cannot do this, so they let this building go. We know there was some firefighting going on here at Detroit. Yes, an EF2 tornado. We're still learning about the phenomenon. You know, we had no idea what was going on in hurricanes until we had aerial vehicles. Until we had strong enough aircraft to fly into the center of hurricanes. And so now nobody flies into a firestorm. We have no scientific data for what goes on in the center of a fire. Until just recently, we're starting to send in drones and such and put up fireproof stations and sometimes get information that way. So this is fire behavior is an evolving science. We know how it generally works. It obeys the wind. But yeah, this has sparked a lot of conspiracy stuff. But since I have become educated about it, most people go, oh, I mean, fires are scary enough. They don't have to be caused by anything supernatural. The other thing is this, like at Paradise, my brother actually fled for his life, and 6 other people in the neighborhood fled too, and they didn't make it out. My brother's car was one of the last people to make it out by car before the whole neighborhood was this. But there's people sheltering in place here. There's some, just like I was talking about the fingers, you can kind of see the finger action because the smoke columns are in these little lines. Like here's a finger. And if you go back to the topography, this kind of curved because the major ravine goes there kind of down this way. And just in general, the weather will shift its winds for a bit, then shift back. So even if fire was like say, here's the winds, you can see the curve. If the wind gets blown again towards that way, which it did, it took out towns over here later, then any building right in the path is spared and these get demolished, you know. So I'll then tell you also about how triage works. So a lot of people that look at Paradise say, why did this or that survive? So a good example I have, and I train people on how to survive. This is one of my #1 things I want to teach people. I went here and I looked and I had a map of fatalities and identified that there were safe shelters that people didn't know about, usually within walking distance, especially the 6 burned out cars with the major, the death road, you know, they had more than 6 families packed in the cars that didn't make it out. So my brother was in the same area. He left and got out, and a minute and a half later behind him, a telephone pole hit the road, and those people were trapped. So here, like for example, here's the Ace Hardware. So the firefighters and a lot of people, even in that inferno, took shelter right here, because this is perfect. So the fire came down initially, early in the day, and you can kind of see the finger of damage. It came this way from Magalia. So the fire was over here at Polga, and this is why it took everyone by surprise. Polga is over here in the ravine. These are high mountains, right? And it climbs very, very steeply into the high Sierras. And down here, this is the flatland, and this is sea level. But up here, your elevation is starting to be like 800 feet, right? It's a high plateau, windswept all the time. Poor soil, very little water. And you can, these old gulches are the remains of the Ice Age floods from when the glaciers melted. And so today's water runoff goes in the same washes, but this is a huge chasm. They'll never bridge this across. That would be like one of the world's hugest bridge projects. I can't tell you how huge that is. I mean, this is the big city of Chico. It's a pretty large population center. And then Paradise has a population around 20,000, or it did. So what happened here? Why did the Ace Hardware survive? And why did Safeway burn? Even though the finger was in the same direction. So I'll show you why. Firefighters, they know their local area. They're constantly looking at structures and saying, in the future, if the fire's here, this is where we go. This is our shelter. Firefighters have a rule. They will never enter an area unless they A, know that they can escape in 3 different directions, or B, know that they can shelter in place. So all the firefighters here of the town are writing this out. So is much of the population. They're writing this out as the fire passes over them in little safe spots. As bad as that looks, there's tons of people in here surviving. So let me go back to the Caltrans, this. So the real quick and easy explanation for some of this is firefighters triage buildings. They not only look for, what they look for, if they look for a neighborhood, is there a pond, a swimming pool, or a creek in the back? And what they do is when the fire's closing in on them and they're trapped, is they gather up the people from the local neighborhood and say, come on over here. They'll save one house. And so I had a good example over here, and my brother should never have left. He should have stayed at the house, his neighbor's house with a pool. But he panicked and ran. It's a bad thing. You should, if it's already over, if there's a traffic jam or something, don't panic and run. So most of this was erased, but every once in a while you'll see where the firefighters sheltered. They look for a couple of things, like some sort of a big water source. So I don't see one here as a good example, but it doesn't mean we can't see it. But firefighters will go to an area, and where's my good example? I think it was over here. Sorry, I should have made a note about this. But much of this was indefensible except for where there's a creek, where, let me just see, I'm in satellite mode. Let me go to terrain mode. So what they do is they look for a house that has a non-wooden roof, something fireproof, you know, like tile and slate, or just not wood. That other sandpapery stuff is not that great, but it's not bad. So, I'm so sorry. This is a big town, and every time I look through it on satellite, I kind of get disoriented. And so, yeah, the things like this. I think this place had a pool or something. So, or the creek goes by here. So what they look for is, are there any trees next to the structure tall enough so that the burning tree will fall down on the structure? That has to be a no. And so they make note of this. Everybody in, you know, every local fire department drives through their area. I think it was southeast of here that I had that good example. And so they did get trapped. Just like everybody else, these one-way roads, power lines and trees fell across them one by one. These were 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts. And so what they do is they go into a neighborhood, they knock on the doors, and they say, come to our safe shelter. And so the neighborhood goes and they defend one house, and they stick the neighbors in it. So this might be an example of one they saved. Yeah, I think that's a dried up pool in the back, and that might be a cistern. And so what they do is they look for a big wide driveway or a cul-de-sac, an area that won't burn, and it's where they put their vehicle. Sometimes it's in the driveway, so they might have put the driveway here. They gather up all the people they can, and they go in here away from the smoke, and they wet down the roof. Then they wet down the area because they're using the readily available water, like from, they don't depend on the hydrant. They usually like to depend on a cistern, a swimming pool. This is a swimming pool, I believe, with a little bit of the water at the base, if I had to judge. But anyway, there's plenty of those examples, and then they just write it out, usually in an hour. The fire is fiercest, and this was more of a ground fire rather than a tree fire, because what the wind was doing here at Paradise is it was blowing the wind so hard, like 80-mile-an-hour gusts. They fold the fire down to the ground. So flames that would be 6 foot high are now 6 feet that direction, you know, traveling along the ground. There's flaming debris running around, and that's what you have to defend. It was trash day in some of these areas, so there's flaming trash cans that were being blown around by the wind, and of course the tree limbs on fire dropping on houses. So that's why you can't defend yourself with a garden hose. This house, I guarantee you, was saved by some of the firefighters. They saved what they could, just by wetting it down, because with your garden hose, you're not going to be able to get up on your roof and do this. It'll rain like orange snow. The embers rain like orange snow in a blizzard. So back to the Ace Hardware. Thousands of people took shelter in the parking lots. And so I'll just give you a quick contrast. So here's one of the fingers of fire that was following. This is, if you look at the terrain, where's the terrain shading? Yeah, you see this terrain? This is what some conspiracy theorists don't do and don't understand. Look at this terrain right here. So this is a wind tunnel. So even though it's a creek, this is where the wind was funneling the fire. So this is why one of the fingers goes across like that. So there's wind coming down here, and it mostly starts going down this way and toasting this neighborhood, and the wind's also coming from this direction and toasting this neighborhood too. This has no escape because, see the topography? So firefighters wouldn't even want to be in here. A lot of them would want to let this, you know, triage this. There's no bridges out here. So you can only go, all these streets go north, and then here's one of your arteries to move east and west across the town, right? These have bridges and culverts right here. Unfortunately, there's a mass death event, and they could have gotten in the culvert or underneath the bridge. Like, people died right around here, and they could have walked to this culvert that could have sheltered 100 people. So what happened with the wind, and why was the Ace Hardware spared? Why did so many people survive right here? So this is what they wanted to do. This is one of the buildings the firefighters would want to save. Oh, thank you for being here. And your family, you have family in Southern California near Coachella Valley, and they didn't pay attention to the fires, so I tried to for them. You're in South Florida? Yeah. And if you ever want me to check that out, I definitely will for you. Are you still here with me? Because, yeah, your crazy friends scream directed energy weapons. I know. Oh, thank you. I forgot the word for that. Pyrocumulus clouds. Yeah. So if you're still here, oh, hey, Bugs, welcome. The reason that this was a great shelter is the wind was blowing from the northeast. And even though plenty of flaming trees were dropping their little sticks on fire, it fell into a bare parking lot. And this was already torn up for a construction site. So this is all pavement. I mean, these went up because these embers fell on these buildings. But like I said, the firefighters have a couple of rules. They will not defend a building if the roof is of the wrong make. So if there's a tar roof or a wooden roof, that building's a goner. And that would be so difficult. They will not defend it. They also will not defend a structure that has a, quote, bow truss roof. That has a reputation for killing firefighters. The bow truss is a type of roof that was popular from the turn of the century to now. The bow truss roof, I'll just show you. A bow truss has a fatal flaw in it. This is the design. While it looks really nice and you don't have supporting pillars, there's a fatal flaw in a bow truss roof. Unfortunately, you would think that this bow supporting the ceiling, like a archer's bow, would sit on top of the walls, right? That's not the way they work. So let me get a good image of it. They sit attached to the side of the walls. So here's like a brick wall, and the bow truss is attached to one plank of wood that's lining the walls. It's not sitting on top of the wall. Don't ask me what kind of an idiotic architect decided that that's the way things should be. Just don't ask. So what happens is this little plank of wood on either side of a bow truss roof, and a lot of grocery stores are made like that in the past. Anything where you didn't want pillars in the middle. A lot of aircraft hangars, etc. These little connectors where the bolts connect wood to wood. Oh, this little timber, just one of them has to fail. And so like say this burns through here, well this entire bow is going to go and it's going to drop. And that's going to cascade drop the rest, and the entire roof collapses on the firefighters. So not only would they not want to defend such a structure, I don't even think these are allowed anymore. You see these in old buildings that are converted. They will not defend that structure. So the Ace Hardware did not have a bow truss roof when I went in there, as far as I could tell. And it has a pretty fire-resistant top. You know, this is not the tar kind of old stuff. Tar burns. So a lot of people are sheltering here because this is the perfect defensive spot. Just drive your car here and wait. That's what the smart people did here. Or some people were still trying to get out, but they found that they couldn't because all these roads are blocked, right? So in this general area, the firefighters were trapped with the other people. Eventually, all the major arteries had trees and down power lines over here. So the firefighters moved on from place to place. They dipped their hose right over here in the creek, and then they would get more and more water, and then they would hose places down, like this bank. They were able to save this bank, even though it's kind of a sketchy kind of a roof. But the other reason this bank survived is nothing here on fire was raining enough embers that distance to catch the roof, because most of the embers are falling on the pavement. And so all they did was go across here, wet it down, and then they'd move around and they'd go to another structure they could save and wet it down, and they moved and moved around. But like if this had a tar roof or a propane tank next to it, they will not move anywhere near it. They will not move anywhere near a gas station. And so you see the buildings that are surrounded by pavement made it out pretty dang well. And then these trees were probably hosed by the firefighters trying to save everything in this area. But if this was a construction site, I can't remember what these are all perfect places to shelter. But they really can't be everywhere at once. And if it's of the wrong kind of building, they let it go. So I'll tell you where I saw a bow truss roof. Up and down this area, they had the ability to they cut the logs and such, and this was one of the corridors they could move up and down. And so they had another base headquarters at the O'Reilly Auto Parts store, which they also defended. So they defended a couple of these structures too. And so here's the Safeway. That's Safeway. That's grocery outlet. As you can see, this was a perfect shelter too. I found all these trees alive when I went there. And even though the Safeway burns down, you know, the embers and such, topography, once again, topography. Where's the shaded terrain thing? Terrain. Oh, not enhanced. No wonder that button doesn't do anything. Shaded relief terrain. Sorry. Where is it? Terrain shading. There. All right. Once again, topography. Here, the fire is following the wind tunnel. So what happened was, it was first these trees and the bushes burning through the trees. Mind you, these are living trees. So living trees don't actually die, don't actually burn. Their branches burn off. But the trunk of the tree is full of sap. And so living trees don't actually burn. That's not normal. And so tell your friends that. Go ahead and tell your friends how. Yeah, that is a horrible design. Hey, good morning, Mortis. So I identified this as a bow truss roof. All around here, I could tell what this was, even though I don't have anything but a childhood memory of being in this store. So this entire thing was a divided thing. It was old building. Maybe it was made in the 40s or the 50s or something. So in this Safeway, even though I did find some beam rafters, I actually walked in here because they had made a path. It's freaky. There's stuff on the shelves here unburnt at the bottom of piles because other things fell on top of it. There was broth that was in paper containers. That was unburned here because the canned foods fell on them, and the canned foods protected them, didn't burn, so they protected them from the fire. It was really spooky. But all of the glass bottles had shattered and melted, and it was really weird. But I saw at the edges here the telltale signs of the bolts where everything had burned through, and this was a bow truss roof. So the firefighters would have driven right past. They have no intention of saving this. And the adjoining buildings, there's no point in trying to save them when this is a conflagration. And they're usually giant wooden beams. So as you can see with the topography, we just saw the shader, the fire was just moving through the brush on this creek. And the embers and the flaming debris, 80 miles an hour, every time some of these homes didn't have embers raining on them because these are really older trees. They're more than 40 years old, and so they don't have a lot of branches down there. So mostly the fire moved along the ground. A lot of these burned out tops, the tree died because of the heat and didn't particularly burn. So most of the Paradise Fire, for example, was a fast-moving ground fire and brush fire. That is what moves at 55 miles an hour. Crowning fires are really unusual, and that's where the tops of trees are burning. And torching is when a tree has enough stuff at the base that's on fire for long enough that flames race up to the top of the tree. And if the tree's alive, that's pretty rare if it's mature. That'll happen like little baby trees, they burn up. But in order to light a mature tree, there's got to be a lot of the smaller trees growing up next to it, and those burn, and then it burns for a long time, and then the other tree has its branches go up. Either that, or it has to be not too heavy and not too light winds. Like I said, the heavy winds flatten the flames on the ground and make it just rush. If it's different wind conditions, like say 45-mile-an-hour wind gusts, then sometimes dead trees are the way that the tops of trees burn. So dead trees will torch. Any cigarette lighter, flick, 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 whatever, at the base of a dead tree will make it torch, going from roots to the top. And then that has burning embers at a higher elevation at the top of the tree. And maybe the tree falls over onto living trees. And that's when you get actual tops of trees burning, but it's unusual. That's called a crown fire. Yeah, I've been here. my childhood stomping grounds. I can tell you, just take the little gold man from, Google Earth, Google Maps, and you'll see every one of these streets was overloaded with brush, and every single one of these trees. This is not supposed to be a town here. This is supposed to have the native oaks that resist fire and don't promote it. Those were the types of trees, and along these creeks was the birches and stuff. Those were the native trees here. Then it was up here grassland once during the gold rush. That's the normal. There's a plateau grassland with oak savanna and oak scrub. What happened to start this disaster is a tree harvesting company, some sort of a lumber company, bought up this land when it became kind of a ghost town after the gold rush and planted timber here with the intention to harvest, because I tell you, this is a wasteland as far as growing stuff. You just really can't grow anything in this poor soil. It's windswept, it's dry, it's harsh up here. The only reason this became a booming town again was unfortunately the high rent situation in California. So what you have is a whole bunch of people going up to the Badlands and moving where this is unideal. I'm not trashing the town. It's unideal land. It's isolated, it's windswept, it's hot, it bakes up here. There's only 3 roads out, and they all go in the same direction because of the hilly, weird gully washes and ravines. There's no way out up here. This is an arrowhead. There's one road that way. And there's a reason this became a ghost town. Magalia and Paradise became ghost towns after the gold rush because this is not the place to live. Down here, the land of plenty, the lush, old wetlands, and now it's rice fields, which is about the same thing. Sunny, warm, doesn't snow, not too windy. Down here is the promised land, right? But the rent's too expensive. So you get the retirees and the students and the vulnerable people and the poor moving into these horrible sections of, extremely dangerous land to live in. And then, unfortunately, instead of harvesting the trees, the company did the math, the people who had owned land up here, and they went, dude, these suckers think it's cool to live in a, quote, forest. It's not. It's like a tree farm for pines here, and pines promote fire. Why don't we just advertise that? Live in a forest. Be close to nature. And they chink their glasses. And really, if anybody thinks that living under a pine or a fir tree is cool, you are a sucker, and you will not know until you have done it. Even if you spend every single month raking and raking and raking up these stupid pine needles, and burning them in a barrel, and burning them, and burning them, and burning them, and keeping them off your roof, getting up on ladders, and pushing them off your roof, pushing them out of your gutters. Even if you do that constantly, all it takes is a wind gust, and the loose pine needles dump all that stuff right back on your roof and all over your property. So, Mr. President, when you said this fire happened because they didn't rake, you don't know yes, excuse me, but you didn't know what you're talking about. They did rake, but when these 80-mile-an-hour wind gusts happened, the pine needles fell right back on their roofs. So none of these homes underneath the direct, pine trees, most of them didn't actually make it because of that action. And when it became more of a tree fire over the course of the next couple of days, as the fire just started to torch some of the trees, started to go up some of the trees. And by the way, a lot of these trees wouldn't have burned, but it was the house that caught the tree on fire. So you get the flaming trash cans, you get the power lines landing directly on homes. All of these were live power lines. This is what caused the fire, was the power lines falling in the first place. And almost all of them in the town just started dropping because the limbs of the trees and some of the dead trees just fell on the lines, and it yanked the poles down. And some of these poles, they were structurally deficient. That was the criminal negligence case in the big lawsuit. Pacific Gas and Electric did not maintain their power lines, and so in these normal wind behaviors, Santa Ana winds are absolutely normal, been happening for hundreds of years. The investigation concluded that they had been negligent for decades, not maintaining the power lines for decades. So my brother almost dies here because the power lines, not just the one that started the fire, the high tension power pole that started the fire at Polga, they found it was 94 years of age. the original high-tension power pole from the turn of the century. It is against the law to have them to be that old. You have to replace them like at least every 35 to 40 years. But that's profit. If you don't maintain things, it's more profit. So, yeah, a lot of these power poles just keeled over, even though they shouldn't have. They should have withstood the winds. Yeah, it was a complete nightmare. Yeah, so Sherlock is saying green wood smokes for a long time before it will burn because it has the tree's moisture. As trees go, they have a thick bark. The older the tree, the thicker the bark, and the more fire resistant. And right underneath the bark, I think, is the dentin layer, and that's where the wood is, that's where the water is going up to the tree and watering it. So it's constantly sucking up that groundwater, and it's wet underneath the bark. It's very, very difficult for an actual tree to burn. Just the branches, just the sticks, just the leaves, like here. Then you have a standing dead tree. It'll take a year for that center wood to dry out. But 1 year to 2 years to 3 years after a fire, you are primed for a repeat disaster. Because 3 years of brush growth plus the standing dead wood, any fire at the base of a dead tree will torch it. So what was happening here with a lot of these structures is the power lines are falling all over the homes, and the arcing power lines are jumping around like snakes. I mean, they are alive and they jump like snakes. They thrash left, thrash right, thrash to the right, thrash all over the place. If you've ever seen a firefighter let go of a hose, they go all over the place. The power lines are doing that, throwing sparks here, throwing sparks there. A power line in this little driveway can go to each side of it, just thrashing. The power company should have turned off the power before this event. They didn't. They had warning about the wind event, and they didn't, so this is what happened. And when a normal storm occurs and the power lines are down, all the firefighters who have come into chat have told me what they have to do is call the power company, and they can't put water anywhere near it. Because if they put water on a line, the electricity travels up the water and electrocutes the firefighter holding the hose, which is usually 2 of them. So they will never put water near a live power line. And even some are thrashers. You can see the sparks. And some are silent sleepers. Some power lines down look dead. But if you put water anywhere near it, you're just instantly killed with electrocution. So that's another factor. Some of these power lines are down everywhere. Just dozens and dozens and dozens of them all over the town, sparking new fires at the same time the big monster fire was just coming. And the wind was just pushing like one little mailbox or a trash can or one little yard. Like there's trampolines starting fires. Trampolines get pushed and pulled up by the wind. It's made out of nylon, which is a oil product. So these trampolines were catching fire, and then the wind would go and they'd tumble down the street. And many of these homes went up that maybe were not next to the line. Because of debris, they went and it got next to the siding of the house. So these trees here torched because they were over the building, and the building gets so intense because out here there's a lot of propane tanks and the like, and plus just, a building going up is a pretty intense thing. Usually you have the cars. Oh, by the way, they lost power, and a lot of people couldn't get out, and some died because they clicked the button for the garage door and it didn't open. And then you would have to crawl on the top of your car to grab that handle, yank on it to get the manual opener for that garage. Meanwhile, your house is on fire. So a lot of people just unfortunately ran into the streets trying to escape things. So a lot of the fuel in the gas tanks of the vehicles and the ones parked in the driveways and stuff, those started lighting, just accelerating the flames. But I can't tell you how much stuff, like in an 85-mile-an-hour wind gust, this will just bend trees over. Giant limbs will drop, and it can drop, over to other people's yards. And so every once in a while you have an anomaly like that. Well, these trees are fire-resistant sequoias. And so they looked dead. This was taken 2019, so this is November 2018 was when it happened. So this is in the middle of reconstruction. This is not like right after the fire. I saw trees blackened sticks in Christmas time. I thought they're dead. And then I went back and saw little green shoots. There's a giant tree, and the arborists went in here marking the dead and the living. So by this point, a lot of the dead trees have been already removed, and this is harder to tell the story of where the fingers of fire came through. And it was week after week of the fire ravaging the different parts of town. They started getting control block by block. But then as the fire moved around and moved around and moved around, the wind changed its directions, and so, you know, some things, sometimes in some spots, fire never really burned. So these trees, the native trees that should be there, things like in the decorative ones like sequoia, redwood, and cedars, those are the 3 main fire-resistant trees of the West. And so I was so surprised to see those alive. But with the pine trees, they are dead. Standing dead forest of all those pine trees. They should have removed them, then built the town, and only allowed fire-resistant trees as decorations. You know, but so many people got fooled into, you know, when you look at a property and you see that there's trees like these tall pine trees, you see their shadows. Oh my gosh, it is like being in the forest. I'll take it. Give me the keys. Here's my information. You know, then you spend a year underneath it. Every windstorm, you're terrified as the giant limbs fall off these things. And then, of course, you have the power lines underneath them. So I can tell you right now, some of these power lines, you know, just giant widowmaker limbs that are 200 pounds can fall down on these lines. In 85-mile-an-hour wind gusts, these trees should have never been here. This is a disaster waiting to happen, and eventually, every single year that it didn't, 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, more brush, more trees growing. A lot of these people were renters. They had no control, even if the trees made them nervous. This was just an accident waiting to happen. And, you know, I hope that explains things. But if you want to survive a fire, it's very easy to tell what's going to survive. You just drive to a parking lot that's big, like this school. Perfect. Go to a school. Park out in their grassy field, park in the baseball diamond, park in the track and field, park at the golf course, and you'll be fine. Fire doesn't catch green grass that's been watered recently or still alive, or any kind of grass that's like clipped down to the soil, or open soil fields, or, you know, big parking lots. Fire doesn't do anything to those things. And also, look at the wind direction. So here, I think they made an effort to say, this could be, oh yeah, this is the mini mall. See how much pavement is around it, and no trees back here that were tall. That made this easily defensible, and that's a creek. I believe that's a creek. So they had permanent water here. They had access to drive behind the building. They triaged these. These are not savable. Because of the tall trees here, they could fall onto the structure, and then what was the point? But you see no tall trees here. Big parking lot. Lots of people lived and survived and sheltered here. Here's where the firefighters hung out. And then they, with the creek water, they'd go over here and wet the area over here. And then over here, this is not savable. You know, this isn't savable over here because the buildings are too close together. Look at the trailer park. And in between the trailers are the big trees. And next to the trailers are sometimes the propane tanks. So this was a scene of mass death over here. They unfortunately couldn't get over there. But look, here's a source of water. Here's the pool. Could save this stuff. I say could save this building because there's a pool. Could save that structure because here's a pool. Could save that one. But I don't know why this one didn't make it. Maybe they just didn't have enough water, or oh, here's a power line or a tree. Probably just decided not to save that one because that's either a power line or a tree here. So once you realize what firefighters do, you can also realize how to survive. You think just like they do. What everybody should do. And see here, this giant parking lot and giant lawn. So this church made it. All they had to do was the embers from these trees, which mostly didn't go up. These just died later. These are mature trees, and so they died from the heat from the bushes down here, but they didn't. Actually, some of them are kind of clinging to life in a bad situation. But they were mature, so whatever burned off down here just moved past, you know. like the little bushes. Since they were so tall, they never really caught. So like I said, it was mostly a ground fire, you know, the bushes burning off, the smaller trees, and occasionally where the debris just blowing around, all the trash cans and trampolines and crazy stuff flying around. If you look at old hurricane videos, it's the same thing, but it's fire. That's what everybody describes this to me. So yeah, I've never seen any evidence of any sort of unnatural behavior. If you think about what firefighters do and what they try to save and how they operate, you can look at almost anything that made it, and you can see why. I'm an open-minded skeptic. If I ever saw evidence of something weird, I'd be the first one to say, hey, that's weird. But I've been studying fire ever since I lost a family friend and nearly lost my brother in this. And I keep using my brother as the example. I'm so sorry, but he made the wrong choice. He left when he didn't know that the roads in front of him were open. And so you should never do that. Your shelter in a safe space plan. Shelter in place at a nearby safe space. That is the new thing I'm trying to tell people about. Almost all the fatalities, you know, even how bad it looked, there's almost always a safe place to hang out in the middle of a firestorm, including this parking lot. So the bushes will roar past you, the smoke will roar past you, and you'll be hard to breathe. Just take your wool blanket. That's the number one thing that's super important. Maybe a jug, like pour out the milk and you have a jug for refilling water. You could drive or walk to some place like this and be perfectly safe. Put yourself on a culvert or a bridge. If these people died within 100 feet of a culvert where they could have gotten and sought shelter. So what I teach people is you go on terrain first, Cal Topo, everywhere a road goes over any body of water. That's a culvert or it's a bridge, and that's one of your safest spots. So if we turn back on satellite, you can't see it here, but there is some sort of a culvert. And this is a road, a really thin road. So anybody who might have died in this area, you know, you can identify it by the map and drive to it and then see if it's a good shelter. So instead of leaving after the fire is upon you or there's a traffic jam, the traffic jam here is immense. And so that's what trapped people in their cars in the mass fatality events. But just turn on things like the Forest Service maps and such. They'll show you bodies of water you're not even aware of. Over here, here's a bridge or a culvert. Here's a bridge or a culvert. You know, and then you can look at your bodies of water. Get up to your chin in a pond or a pool. Face down in the creek with the blanket over you. You know where the fire stations are. I'll give you an example. I went down this road and I found a house perfectly green and for sale. I thought, did they just build that house? This doesn't make sense. It's perfectly green. And like it had just been built. No singe. Not a bit of singe on it. So where was this road? There's the firehouse. Sorry, I can't remember where exactly I drove. And there was a great example right around here, kind of near the fire station. Heck, I can't remember. This is Bennett? I don't remember a Bennett. Edgewood. Edgewood was a death road. You can see here at Edgewood, there's no way out. It goes this way, and it has to connect to Pearson, and then there's your way out. So right here, none of the people here at Edgewood, you see how far it goes back here to these properties? They can't go anywhere. That's a ravine. There's no sewer system. There's no ditches. There's no nothing. These 6 people piled in their cars, and they went up this way, and a power line blocked them right here. They all died in their cars right about here. And look, within walking distance, I saw a huge culvert on Pearson here that could have sheltered 50 people. 9 feet tall, 20 feet going back. So anyway, then so what my brother did was drove along Pearson, and those were some of his neighbors. He was living around here somewhere. And he drove and made it past before Pearson itself later had power lines down. And so he was one of the last people out. People a minute and a half behind him did not make it out. So don't do anything but grab your keys. Don't grab your purse. Don't grab anything. You know what I mean? Just 1 minute and a half and the fire's here, right? Grab your wool blanket and if you can, a jug, and just go. Make your way to your safe shelter spot like this. Like if you lived here, this would be your best safe shelter spot. And sometimes fire stations are backed up to ponds and creeks. Make your way there, a lot, especially if there's an actual pond. And that's where you're going to be doing better. You may not be able to see it through satellite, but you look at the layers of maps. So somewhere in here is a perfectly for sale house. There was the creek. I think it was down this side of the road. So what made sense when I looked at it from the street, I went, what? Because it was oblivion. All these homes around this area were in oblivion. I don't think it was this one, but it was very much like this one. And you could tell the firefighters decided to save this one. Because back here where you can't see it, I believe, was their pond. But let's just use that as an example. Pretend this is a house. And so in the backyard, there was a pool, then there was a pond. They had manicured, no trees all the way around their house. It was fresh green grass that had been cut and mowed all the time. No bushes growing next to the side of the house, and a creek in the back. 3 sources of water. So my brother literally just had to walk across the street and just sit at that house, which never burned, because here comes the fire department. They decided that house, like we just showed, there's their station. They decided, you know, the house, an example over here, was the best thing to save. In fact, that's not the creek. Okay, so it's probably right around here, or here. Yeah, pond and the creek. So it must have been off Bennett. Anyway, but the moral of the story is that house was obviously saved because they had 3 sources of water, and that particular neighbor decided to have big open lawn spaces. And so my brother gets in a car and drives into a firestorm, melts his wipers off, and kids screaming in the back and crying. And you know, he never should have made that choice. People should know their shelter-in-place plan. It's more important than an evacuation plan. He could have literally walked across the street, sheltered at the neighbors. And in fact, I can't find that house in the examples, but I may have been confused about the road. But that's the point. And then nearby was the culvert too on Pearson. So he had like 6 different options, and what the firefighters did is they decided that house was best. They pulled into the driveway across the street from my brother's. They wetted down everything. They gathered up all his neighbors who hadn't left yet, who were still alive. And they chilled out eating sandwiches in that house as the firestorm went by. And the firefighters just wet everything down, wet the roof, took turns on the deck gun, you know, of the engine, which is the giant, like, artillery. You ever seen pickup trucks with, like, machine guns on the back? That's the idea. They just hosed it down. They had an infinite supply of water. And all the people sheltered there, and the firefighters did. And then they waited for the storm to be over, and then they went back out and then started to extinguish some of the buildings currently on fire and remove the obstructions to the roads and try to get the rest of the civilians out of there. So that, I hope, explains things. Welcome back. Everybody here, sorry, I did that thing where I didn't look at chat. So yeah, good morning, Wars. So let's hope that explains stuff. And I have to make a timestamp explaining. I explained Paradise ending at 3:43 and 2 hours into the video. Anybody have any questions? Anybody want me to look at any particular fires right now? All's pretty quiet on the Bobcat. These are the latest images. There's a helicopter working the area. An Sikorsky of some sort, but look at that haze. I don't think they're going to fly much today in the Bobcat. And maybe they'll work the other complexes, but there's a sweet Sikorsky here. That's a helicopter. Going from Big Pines, splash, right here on Mount Lewis. Big Pines, splash. Just like we saw yesterday. We got the lead and the scout planes out, but that visibility over by Mount Wilson just sucks. the fire, smoke is hanging out in these valleys. And that's just not going to be good for tanker action. Let's see if the global super tanker is aloft. It is not. Wish I got an alarm for that. So looking back at the chat, yeah, Morris is saying the wind makes it a blowtorch. Yeah, torching trees. That's why they call that. That's a good way to put it. Tree torching. It's called that because it's like a blowtorch. Yeah. Good morning, Angie. Hey, welcome. Lurk's Face says, I remember watching people shelter in that parking lot, showing the fires around it. Really? That's probably what I should have for part of my How to Survive a Fire documentary. The documentaries are starting to come out now, and I'm afraid that they're getting the story of Paradise wrong, and I'm afraid to watch them, but I guess I'll have to. And if they get it wrong, I'll just put out my own. So, but that's, no matter what you believe is the ignition source, I don't care what people believe, and if they think there's conspiracies, that's up to them to believe what they want. But I want people to know natural fire behavior so they can save themselves. If you think there's no way out, like those people did, you just sit there and accept the horrible inevitable, you're not going to live. But if you know how fire behaves, in a couple of my training sessions that I've had, how to choose a shelter in place spot, it doesn't matter the ignition source, no matter what it is, you can live. Almost everyone can live through a wildfire just by being aware of the terrain, the weather forecast, tuning in to their local fire department with their handheld radios, taking the advice of the fire department, leaving before they're told. Like those people in Edgewood, they should have left the moment they heard a fire was in the neighborhood, because they had one way out and no shelter anywhere along that street, and for quite a long walking distance, for like a mile. Those people, when I drove it, I could see why they didn't make it out. Unfortunately, they did make it to the end of the street, driving through flames in their cars to find it blocked. And if they had been able to run through it, like maybe if they had boots, I don't know the situation, but they could have run and gotten in that culvert. I think they just sat there, just stupefied in shock. Some of them couldn't get out of the car because of the power lines were arcing on top of their cars. You're just done at that point. The moment that the tires deflate and burn, you're going to be electrocuted. And I hope some of them died instantly that way rather than to the fire. But I've seen terrible stuff out there. And did lose a family friend to wildfire just the year previous in the same region. Same power company. Same power lines dropping dead when they shouldn't have. And the same wind conditions. The same Santa Ana winds the year before. That's the same night that 3 towns were erased off the map: Santa Rosa, Loma Rica, and Bangor. They lost all their businesses and chunks of their neighborhoods. I mean, Santa Rosa is rebuilding. I don't know what it's like at Bangor and Loma Rica right now. Those were kind of like one store towns and no gas station kind of towns. Knowing the personal stories, kids out there that I knew, are now grown into adults and have their own families and lost everything, and the stupid power companies were not held to account. And so we just have to learn those lessons. We can't stop Santa Ana winds, but we can stop these unnecessary ignition sources that we've never seen before. Because back in my mom's time, back in my grandma's time, those power lines were new. They were built to withstand the storms, built to withstand the seasonal every twice yearly events. There's usually Santa Ana winds in late autumn to early spring. They were built to withstand this stuff. And people are like, what's new? What's new? Is it laser technology, or is it this or that or this or that? No, what's new is those lines are old. And they're crumbling. And there was no motivation for a publicly traded company to spend a lot more money and have fewer profits. They're not going to be held responsible if there's a disaster. If this became $1 billion disaster, they're still in cleanup. They'll still be in cleanup probably 5 years from now, just cleaning up Paradise. There's more than 1,000 dump trucks and logging trucks continuing to clean up that area. There's so many houses and cars that burned. It polluted the soil down to 3 feet deep. They have to dig up the soil in that entire plateau 3 feet so that kids playing on the soil in the future don't develop cancer like Love Canal. I mean, dioxins that come from burning plastic and burning cars, burning siding, vinyl siding. Those dioxins are the same class as Agent Orange and DDT, so the most wicked cancer-causing things known to man. They stay in the soil and don't disintegrate. They'll just sit there for 75 years. Anything you grow out of the soil is toxic. Any cow that grazes on there has toxic milk. You'll have massive cancer outbreaks if they don't do this. So that entire plateau up there, 3 feet of soil being dug up and transported for hazardous waste disposal, that is why there's still, to this day, 1,000 trucks leaving that area every single day, full of topsoil, full of debris, and all those trees that could have been used, you know, all the lumber, you know, that's like more than 10,000. There's probably, in the general area, more than 40,000 dead trees. Those pine trees, they're pretty much toxic waste, and they're not going to be used because the dioxins landed on the trees. And so if they put them at the sawmill, everybody at the sawmill would be sick because the sawdust would be so toxic. So they're just dumping it, and I don't know exactly where. They say probably near Beale Air Force Base, which is okay, but that's unsettling. That is $1 billion disaster, and they're not liable. They're not liable. They were allowed to declare bankruptcy. They're back up in action. The stock's roaring again. The political entities there sheltered them and limited their liability. They passed specific new laws to limit their liability and allow them to increase the rates on everybody in the region to pay out the victims, which now can't get their full payout. You know, I don't think my brother will ever be reimbursed for the full cost of his house, his boat, everything they lost. The victims who watched Grandma and Grandpa burn alive, you know, their last moments on the cell phone with them, the deadliest fire California's ever had. You know, this was an optional fire, and they're not going to be able to get compensation like they should. And everybody got their rates increased, and that's that for you. So the horror continues, and we just can't afford more of these billion-dollar events. But there's no, because the laws are like that, slap on the wrist kind of a thing. That's why that specific power company called Pacific Gas and Electric has been allowed to do this for more than 5 years in a row. Paradise was just some of the more recent stuff, but they burned down other towns in the previous years. 18 out of the 22 deadliest and most destructive fires caused by downed power lines that should not have fallen over. So if we want to see something different, we got to push for change and not just worry about gases and stuff. I mean, that's a different thing. You know, gas emissions, what I keep telling people is these fires are causing global warming, not the other way around. Santa Ana winds are normal. But these emissions, these crazy, crazy emissions from the wildfires are causing climate change. Not only the emissions, but loss of forest, deforestation is one of those question marks. We know that it causes climate change, but that's unpredictable. We just know that losing a chunk of the Amazon is going to change stuff like the hurricanes. Because some of the moisture coming off the Amazon drifts over to the Atlantic, and that's where hurricanes form. And if there's a change to that, there's a big question mark. What does that do? So we all can work together on these practical solutions, holding these corporations accountable, making laws so that they can't get away with this. If they would be liable in the future, if they would have to write a check for $1 billion to pay for this, I tell you what, right now these companies would have a new motivation to exercise preventative maintenance. They just don't have a motivation right now. FEMA, the taxpayers just bailed them out, just paid for this. We'll continue to pay for this. You have to actually just, one little law change, book, rubber stamp it. Hey, power companies, if you cause a disaster and kill people, you have to pay for that. Not the taxpayers. You have to have insurance for that. And insurance companies won't insure them until they can show that they have safe lines and actually do their maintenance. And so just really quick changes like that, guys. Boop. You kill two birds with one stone. You stop these fires, you stop the death, you stop the destruction, you stop the pollution, you stop the emissions, and victims are compensated, and we get our infrastructure back. No more rolling blackouts. Yay! Everybody wins. The environment wins. People win here. It's corruption. We need to unite against corruption, and that's what my message is. Here, the Bobcat fire. It looks like there was a problem with SoCal Edison's mines. It's still under investigation. They are cooperating fully with investigators. But here, this big giant, this is also going to be a hundreds of millions of dollars event here. This has destroyed hundreds of homes and ruined hundreds of lives. There's already been the death of a firefighter here. And just the entire town of Pasadena in danger. I mean, this whole thing probably preventable too. Even if power line has a problem, there's got to be vegetation near it to catch. There needs to be updates to the laws so that there's no vegetation growing next to them, just like at Paradise Fire. Simple inspection. If more people, you and me, we have the power. If we went and inspected lines like this, and then we reported it, and if they didn't do nothing about it, put it on the news, hey, these are unsafe conditions, you're breaking the law, that's when law enforcement can't turn and look away and ignore it any longer, or else they are responsible. The pen is mightier than the sword, and your little cell phone camera, your video is nuclear. We've got the power. And that's what I encourage, is citizen demand, citizen action. Then we'll see some change. But if the status quo goes on, this is just going to be repeats. I've been seeing this going on for 5 years. I'm really mad. Yeah, I'm really, really mad. So, I hope you can understand why I get that message out. And you can survive a fire, though, no matter what the ignition source is. And you can rewind. I have different, in fact, I should make that a clip one day, Sherlock. We should go back to where I teach the fire survival and make that a clip. So I've been there, I've seen everything, and all I see, I do keep on the lookout for anything unusual. And like, is there anything to the conspiracy theories? Is there something going on? I've never seen anything. I'm an open-minded skeptic, and I keep that topic of conversation away from here because it traumatizes the people who come in here and they're asking, is my house still here? They're already shaken up and they're fearful. And I found audience feedback especially that any sort of talk about somebody targeted you, a weapon targeted you, somebody started this on purpose, this other political party's to blame, this stuff just makes people fearful and shut down. They don't need that crap. They also don't need any blaming the victim abuse either. So that's just why I don't discuss that here in general, but in the future, if other people wanted me to on other channels, I'd be happy to join them then. But I'm trying to keep this just the straight facts, kind of straight information, kind of straight dope for now. I did have feedback the other night when I was talking. We had a good... okay, sorry, I didn't see you, Robert. You wanted to know about Quincy. People were disturbed by that conversation, and some people have never been back. Just me talking about, what some conspiracies were based on, even though I was kind of poking holes in it and showing the rational, how nature can be responsible, that still made people really just nervous and upset. And that's not what I want to do here. I want to make a calm, caring, comforting resource. I will never sugarcoat anything. I will tell you how bad things are and how bad things can get, but this is the Hope Channel, and I will tell you how to survive a fire too, no matter what the source of ignition is. Let's talk about that later. But you can survive. You can look around your neighborhood and find a shelter if you just look. Sorry, going back. Oh, thanks from Quincy. Did you want me to look at the bear fire? Because I did earlier. It's looking good. Knock on wood. Just... Onion Valley's in mop-up. They completed all their work around Forbstown. Does anybody have a special request? I should look at chat more often. I'm sorry, guys. Anybody have a special request for any fire right now? Because I may have to go. I'm waiting on a phone call, and I may have to go help evacuees tentatively move back in. Okay, I don't see any action in the air by Forbstown right now. But that doesn't mean there won't be any. But they completed their fire lines. And so fingers crossed for next week. The next couple of days might be more hectic. This is a lull, and I understand when there's fewer viewers and stuff right now because there's been a pocket of good weather. But California is going to suffer some high winds and a heat wave. And any time the Santa Anas can return. You know, that's just the season for it. So there's a race against time to get this stuff handled. Contained, handled, before the Santa Ana winds come, which generally do, either September, October, or November. And that's what people don't understand about California's climate, too. This is the last thing I have to say, is California should be 2 states. This is the size of Italy. So Italy is cold. Like, this is about the latitude of the Alps and such in general. And this would be France. Portland and Seattle is, Portland's around Paris's latitude. Seattle is around London's. And it kind of mimics the weather of Europe. Cold, rainy all the time, but not snowy at London, right? Portland is wet, 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 wet. You know, on the west side of these mountains. Sorry, it zoomed for some reason. Look at all these airplanes. So it's wet, wet, wet here, just like in France, but it's a miracle pocket here. So the richest farmland of the world, it's just kind of wet. You don't have to irrigate, but not too wet. And you have perfect farming out here, right? Then you have, like, consider this the Alps. They're not tall peaks. It's not really like the Alps, but this is the dividing line where the Alps are located in Europe, like on the same latitude. So you can tell that France and England have a totally different weather system than what Italy does. And California mimics Italy, the same size, the same shape. The only difference is Italy doesn't have a dry strip of desert on the east side of it. But that's what we have east of the Sierras, because all the rain that comes in from the Pacific, the moisture gets squeezed out, it hits the cold air, it becomes snow here, or rain on the west sides, and it's a dry storm whenever it hits the lightning. It's a dry lightning kind of storm whenever it hits Nevada. So this is Italy here, and north of San Francisco, it would be like north of Rome, where you do have clear winters and clear summers, and it gets cold but not snowy at all. In the flatlands, heavy snowpack in the high Sierras, which are not at all like the Alps, but similar. But south of San Francisco, totally different. This is like LA down here. This is Greece. This is like Greece, getting in just a hop, skip, and a jump away from North Africa and the Sahara Desert. You know, that's like Greece down here. And wow, look at all those airplanes. But so California, like Southern California, just like down in the flatlands, just doesn't have much of a winter. It's still going to be like kind of like the summers of Oregon throughout the winter months. So down here, the fire season is year round, but with the most dangerous months being September, October, November, because of Santa Anas, and sometimes in the spring too. And they just don't particularly get rain. There's a snowpack up there in the mountains and ski resorts where the Bobcat fires. Wow, these airplanes are crazy. But this is like Greece, and these are deserts here. They just don't get rain. California is irrigated from the snow melt. Down here, it's not actually this green. The northerners complain that the southerners steal all our water. They're stealing our water. So there's giant canals from the northern part that bring the water down here to Southern California for the irrigation and for their lawns where they shouldn't have it here. It should be a desert. It should be a scrub desert. But, you know, tell that to somebody down here, like a celebrity. I totally want a lawn, a green lawn. Well, totally, you should move where there's water. So, anyway, that's it's really 2 cultures. There's a north and a south culture. And they're at odds. There's constant talk about splitting California into 2 states. I don't think it'll happen, though, because the south depends on the north. And the north depends on the south, because this is where the tax money and the revenue comes from. And up in the north is where the water comes from. So, but down here, just think of it as Greece. Even if you look at it, let's go to an airplane's eye view. You'll see it looks a lot like Greece. Let's go to our faithful. Let's go on map view. let's look at this guy. And let's go to 3D view. So he keeps dropping water. This is our Sikorsky. And this is a pretty faithful 3D view of the terrain. I mean, just picture it on fire. But other than that, it's a pretty faithful view. Does this kind of remind you of Greece? Pretty much same latitude. Okay, I'm sorry, I did it again, looking back. So, Luke says there are old videos of that shopping center with people filming the fire surrounding it. Stood out to me. Oh man, yeah. So, yeah, literally burned the image in your head. Yeah, it makes quite an impression. And it was quite emotional for me to go there, even after some of the cleanup had begun. Oh my god. Oh my god. But I went there with a mission. I'm not the paparazzi. I'm there to study disasters, so how people can prevent them. So looking down, you know, you can't increase survivability if you don't figure out why people died. So, oh, Sherlock, you'll try to find the good fire safety clips. Oh, that would be above and beyond the Call of Duty for you. Can I send you a picture of what I saw, Lurk? Oh, absolutely. I don't believe anything was nefarious, just a really weird signature. Oh, do you mean in a link? Can you make it a link? I could give you the ability to make a link real quick. So weird, you can post it somewhere and link it for us. Yeah, that's YouTube's rules, it's not mine. Yeah, you can post on Instagram. Cool, cool. Sorry, I'm reading really old chat, I know, I'm sorry. Grape vineyards down through Corona from Devore? Share the hype is my Instagram, I just posted it. Okay, let me go there. And I'm glad that you're here with us. You know, I love interaction with chat. How did you find me, by the way? I haven't been promoting myself. It's all my mods and the people. I thought, just like when I covered the Paradise Fire, that I'd have 17 people that I helped. But it was worth it. People came in with the Paradise Fire saying, is my house still standing? And I showed them day after day the progress of the fire live. And I was shaking like a leaf because I'm pretty shy. I'm still a little, you know, but I have to do this, you know. I just regret incredibly not making these survival videos sooner. So I gotta do this. I gotta do this. So let me go to Instagram. I've had no time for promotion. And people have just put me out there on links like on Reddit and stuff, and all of a sudden I had 24,000 views, and I almost fainted. I'm like, what? I'm getting these really cool emails that my channel, your viewership increased this week by 38,000 people. What? Never imagined this. So I'm just doing my best. I barely know how to stream. I've been to school for video production, but not, like, I have no idea what I'm doing. Okay, so share the hype. Is there are we supposed to see like a lot of tropical stuff? Is hype a drink? Is it a drink? Hype energy beverage? I don't think I'm in the right place. Share the awesome? Yeah, I do believe I clicked on the wrong thing. Yeah, I should. And, you know, I was timid too, because what I want is a perfect example. What I want is to interview first some firefighters. Have them have their advice, because all I'm doing is I learned from firefighters how to survive a wildfire. What are the mistakes people make? What do firefighters do? And what's the basics? Wow, the helicopter's moving around again. So this helicopter is dumping water on the not Mount Wilson, but the Big Pines area, the Paradise Springs area of Bobcat fire. So, oh, thank you, Morris. Thanks everybody who's given me some good feedback like that. You know, I'm a shy person. I have to get over it. In the past, I thought I could be a photographer because photographers didn't have to interact with people, right? So I would go around to historical places, snap pictures. When people came out of their houses to look at me, I ducked back in my car and ran away because I was shy. That just made me look sketchy and completely freak people out. And so I've learned to just wave at people. Hi, I'm a tourist. My name is this. This is where I'm from. How you doing? I love your barn. And oh man, that killed me. Doing stuff like that. And then I got over that part because most people are They're glaring at you, right? Like, what is this person doing taking a picture of my property? And then, because that's what actually they do before foreclosure. I didn't realize that. And so during the foreclosure crisis, I was freaking people out. The bank will go and photograph your property and assess how much money they can get from it. That's part of their decision to make a foreclosure. So I had no intention of making anybody ever feel bad. And so you introduce yourself, and almost everybody is very friendly. You just say, hey, I'm a tourist. Hey, I love history. This is why I'm here. Can I photograph that? Do you mind? What's the story of that barn? Did your grandpappy build it? And people are super nice. Every once in a while you get somebody who's a little nuts, but the vast majority of people are super nice. You make friends. And I found out I just got to get over being shy. I just got to get over it. The same thing here. People are super nice here. And except for the people I've had to ban, well, that's very few. I mean, here's more than 38,000 people that tuned in, and only like 8 people were jerks. I think that's telling about how nice people are. So Morris says, hey, I'm a tourist. Yes, join my club. Hey, Joel, welcome. Oh, thank you. Thanks for being awesome with a kiss. No, you're awesome. I just put on aviator sunglasses, Joel Miller. And now I'm cocking my head towards my shoulder. I winked out of one eye, and I'm double gun pointing at you, and I just went, oh, you're awesome. So, Lurkface, am I still on the wrong channel? Oh, Lurkface is saying, Lurkface 56 Ace. What is the story behind your name, by the way? I found this channel under my recommended since I watch fires a lot. Wow, cool. Cool. I didn't do anything to set that up, but I guess that's just the algorithm favoring me. I use collage of dupage a lot to monitor the weather, and when the fire started, I was starting using it for tracking them. What is, collage of dupage? Can you elaborate on that? So links won't pop up in chat. Okay. So share the hype. Okay, I'll just continue looking for a share the hype. Share the... So it's underscores, right? Share the hype. Alright. I'm not joining Instagram. Stop asking me. Yeah, fire behavior is freaky. I started learning it because A, I lost a family friend, but B, I studied ghost towns, not paranormal junk. Ghost towns, meaning the town died, like towns that are abandoned. There's so many out there. Okay, am I supposed to be looking at skateboards? Am I in the right place? I'm looking off camera here. I'm going back to chat. Let me flick back to it. Because disasters cause some towns to never be rebuilt. So there's different classes of ghost towns that I'm making for my book here. And fire is one of the major causes of a town never being rebuilt. Especially if the economy, like say it was an old lumber mill, like Mill City and Detroit Lake, I worry they won't really be rebuilt. Detroit Lake might because it has a lake. So there's boaters, right? I'm not so sure Mill City will be rebuilt with the Beachy Creek fire. It just may go away. Become an old spot on the map that doesn't really have buildings anymore. Because when a town loses the reason for its existence, like the main thing, like logging was the thing back then, and now the forest is burned up. There may have been a little bit of logging still going on. There may for a time be some salvage logging going on, but forest will take a long time to come back. So logging was the original town's purpose. It kind of clung to existence as a gas station somewhere in the Cascade Mountain Range. People going skiing or going to Brighton Bush Hot Springs should stay there. There's lodging there, so we're witnessing people. This is the pilot's eye view live air tanker. Sorry, excuse me, a Bambi bucket helicopter drop. It's a Sikorsky helicopter. He's working Mount Lewis in the Bobcat fire. So that's my visual going on, and so but the town had the old buildings. Like the old store, some of the old lodgings, some of the old bars, some of the old houses from when there was more economic activity. And so that town can kind of cling to life as a tourist town, become a fishing resort, a hunting resort, kind of. No longer really has the logging, the mills that supported the town, right? So, once those buildings are gone, do you rebuild? In this case, probably not. Probably not, because the insurance company will write you a check, right? But in order to rebuild, to get the loan to rebuild, they're going to give you the loan if they're secure that you can make money from rebuilding the property. You know, like, is anybody going to come to this bar now, right? You want to rebuild. How many people in the area are rebuilding? If that's not many, I mean, could a community of like 50 people support a bar and a restaurant? Would the store rebuilt? How many people are coming back and when? You know, some of these retirees are probably just going to wash their hands of it and not rebuild where they were and just go relocate to a retirement community, for example, the old timers. Some people are dead and, of course, won't rebuild, and their kids, their descendants or whatever, may or may not, you know. And so, to get the financing for your rebuilt bar and grill, you have to prove that it's going to make money or you're not going to get the financing. That's hard to do. So a lot of people will probably get the checks and leave. And that's really hard. I mean, so many small towns in America are just struggling. Just struggling. And I see new ghost towns every day, and a lot of times it's from disasters. What are the odds that people are going to come to your bar and grill? They're going to take a drive from the population centers to come visit what? The wasteland. It's going to look like a wasteland for years. The fish aren't going to be really good here for years because their habitat just got screwed up, and all these mudslides are going to be screwing up, you know, all those rivers for a while now. So that's just one of those things where I have been studying disasters, and I've become intimately knowledgeable with every different type of disaster. So fire just being one of the major ones. So that's the one, and it should be in your latest image. Oh, Maura says, I did volunteer fire work in Olala. You mean Malala? Oh, that's one of the memes here. The mispronunciation of Malala. That's cool. You're a volunteer firefighter. Sherlock says, the other amazing mod Captain Todd told me about in this channel. I'm thankful for her sharing it out. I don't know what you said. I don't know which mod it was. Oh, Angie says, have you heard the 2003 firestorm in Kaloa, BC, Canada? Was that the Fort McMurray? Was that Canada? But I do believe I do believe I heard of some of those. I have some Canadian friends. But guys, I may have to go soon. Lurkface says, I uploaded another one to Instagram. That is your latest post. Looks like a black image of California, white highlights of the fires. Oh, that's what it was? I thought you were going to share the image of people in paradise that were... I must have misunderstood. So, it's telling me to log in. I don't have an Instagram account. Do I remember? Hey, it's telling me to log in. Dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it, dang it. Dang it, dang it, dang it. Okay. Well, the way you could share that. Oh, Lala. 10 Mile and Winston. Oh, down there. Yeah, I'm sorry. No, that's my fault. I should be plugged into social media. I'm just not ready to publish the book. I wasn't ready for this. Yeah, I really wasn't ready. This is an odd time. But you know what? Nobody's ready for anything like this, right? Isn't that what everybody says before a disaster? I wasn't ready. That just brings it on home to prep. So I'm going to get rid of this helicopter view. I think everybody got the image of what they're doing again and again and again over here by the Bobcat fire. There's more activity here than I thought about, but it's not over by Mount Wilson where, as we can see, the haze is just bad. I don't believe they'll be dropping anything by Mount Wilson. Look at that haze. Bleh. So if anybody has this, I'm smart for not being on social media. What do you mean? Should I fear it? I'm supposed to get on it. Oh no. By the way, I don't know how I got the nickname Lurkface is odd. What's 56 Ace about though? Like, did you play video games with like, Red Baron or something. All right. But yeah, I'm now fearful. I'm fearful of mostly about not being able to keep up with everything. You know, if I have a presence, I want to be able to be there for my people, and when they have a question, answer it. You know, I'd rather make my show about history rather than the Catherine show, but there's also a variety of weird things that happen to me, and that could be its own channel. Like the lightning striking my house or the yard. Last week when I was covering this fire, first Torin, the resident firefighter here, I hope he comes back. I haven't seen him for a few days. People are still vacationing and stuff before summer ends. First, the thunder rolled up to people at Cave Junction, sorry. And they said, "Oh my God, I'm losing my power. My power. I'm having a brownout. This is the most thunder I've ever seen." And we saw thousands of lightning strikes that night. This is the one that rained out the Western Oregon fires. And so 3 thunderstorms came in back to back over the next couple of days. And that thunderstorm was insane. All of a sudden on my phone it's alerted saying, "National Weather Service is issuing a shelter in place. Get indoors now. Lightning strikes are common, cloud to ground. Thousands are being detected. If you're in the path of this storm, get off the street and get out. Quarter-sized hail is forecast." And we saw pink and purple on the radar. And then flash, 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 flash constantly of the detected lightning strikes. And so one by one, my people on the stream going from south to north lose power or yell, "Oh my God, this is the loudest thunder I've ever heard. It's all around me. There's lightning striking everywhere." And then Torin says, "Ah, my neighbor's car was just struck by lightning." And I thought he was trolling. Then the storm came up to me about within 2 hours. And here I am talking blah, 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 blah. I hope this storm gives us some rain. Blah, 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 blah. Then buckets of rain start. La-ti-da-da-da. And I had my cell phone out the window rolling at the time. And then, boom! Everybody here pretty much lost an eardrum who was live. Shook the house. I'm screaming through the microphone, jumping out of my chair, throwing down the headsets. You know, the house is shaking. 6 car alarms go off, and the shockwave, I felt it through the ball of my feet, ripple through the house. And my cell phone caught it, but I think Google owns YouTube. YouTube deleted the video, so I don't know if I have that video. I'm not sure. I may have saved a clip or something. Yeah, Matt Morris says it ran into the side of my house. Wait. How can you be ready for a disaster? Oh, that's cool. FEMA has a lot of guidelines for that. But like for a fire, you groom your property. So I keep telling people, you wanna have your house saved by the firefighters, just like at Paradise and anywhere else. My father buys rural property. We don't know what we're doing, right? We're city folk. He was from a different part of the country that never had that kind of fire. So we didn't know what we're doing. We just know that we're vulnerable. So first of all, my dad was smart, and he bought a rural property with a tile roof, right? Spanish style. So Spanish style buildings are fire resistant because Spain is a lot like California's weather. They have a lot of this kind of conditions. So when the Spanish missionaries were here, their adobe was perfect. So it may not have to be adobe, but you have stucco. You put stucco walls, right? And then tile roof of some sort, ceramic, clay, whatever you got to do. So we had the white kind of house with a traditional red roof, Spanish style. And then we didn't know what to do because we kind of realized we were at the top of a hill, and fires love to race uphill. And there was one way out, and it's a very long drive to even get to the nearest highway, or to the main road. And then there's a long drive on that main road to get to the nearest highway, which would still be the one way out. So for at least 1 hour of driving time, even on a good day, without smoke, we would have had to try to get out of a fire, driving for more than an hour on 3 different one-way roads with no way out. So that means we'd have been trapped by fire, and we got very uneasy. So what Dad did and what you guys should do, prepare for a fire disaster, is you just ask your local fire department, analyze my property. They'll come by, especially if you offer them dinner. They deserve dinner, guys. So we had them over for dinner, and then made buddy-buddy with those guys. They said, as it stands, we wouldn't do anything. We would not save it. We wouldn't triage it. These are your vulnerabilities. get that vegetation away from the house. Get that wooden deck away from the house. Just tear it up. And you should have paver stones out there. So paver stones, decorative, little walkways of little gravel, and we made it look cool with like pebbles of like quartz crystal and that kind of nice stuff. So that was around the house. He goes, clip the grass, water it, and mow it down within, I think it was like 100-foot radius all around the house, 360. Do not have any overhanging branches, and do not at all have any pine trees or fir trees of the sort which could be of a height on the property that if they fell over they would hit the house. So in that radius, nothing. Then give us a permanent source of water and a good source of water. Because up there was no such thing as a fire hydrant, right? So what Dad did is he went one beyond too. He actually made, so he dug a series of ponds and dug a second well. And so the ponds actually kind of naturally stayed full. It was kind of weird. And if they didn't, then we had well water to put in the ponds. But wells fail when the pump dies, and so you can't rely on that, they explained to us. So you actually have to have just standing body of water, have some pool in the back, a pond, and so we lined it so that the water would never soak and disappear, right? And we filled it as necessary from the well water. And they said, perfect. And later we had a second one just because the wildlife came by. And that was cool. So we would look out of our window every night and see the deer and the bears come to drink and the turkeys, and it actually became really cool. So the thing that they didn't like was the oak tree still had an overhanging branch. We got rid of that. They said, all right, well, since the oak tree is next to the pond, that's okay then. It's next to the water, so we'll just wet it down, but we don't like to see an oak tree that close to the house, but okay. And getting rid of that deck was the best thing we ever did too, because we found out the rattlesnakes like to live under there. So all winter, rattlesnakes make a den, and so anywhere from 20 to 50 rattlesnakes will just curl up in a ball to keep themselves warm and live together in one little den. And that was the deck. So one day, a ball that I was playing with as a kid rolls under the deck, right? I get a flashlight and crawl under there and find 50 rattlesnakes curled up in a ball that I had just disturbed look slowly over at me with 50 sets of little glowing eyes. Oh, could you hear my screaming from a county away? You know, that was just, oh man. Good thing it was winter, because snakes can barely move in winter, but they cocked their heads over and just looked at like, get out of here, we're sleeping. So that kind of thing, sometimes even if unattended, your house will just survive. If you have those conditions, no trees to fall on it, no debris no neighbors, and watch your neighbors. If your neighbors don't groom their property, build a fence in between your neighbor. A standing masonry wall is better, because most of these fires will blow in and into your yard. The stupid neighbor's trash can on fire, their trampoline, their bushes, their chairs they left in the back. Those things are on fire and they blow up against the side of your house. So if you've already evacuated, that's one way to lose your structure, is your stupid neighbors won't take that stuff in, right? Or they put vegetation all over and they let dry bushes be next to their house. So what are you going to do? You build a wall. Even if it's short, you know, like 5 foot or up to shoulder height or something like that, that's going to protect you from their crap blowing towards you. Their you know, their garden tote, whatever, their compost bin. Some of their limbs from their trees will drop down to the ground, and those limbs will roll on fire over towards your place. It's actually a wonderful fire break. A little retaining wall like that doesn't have to be too much. In fact, even if you stack cinder blocks a couple of feet high, yeah, make it 4 feet high, you know, that would stop a lot of debris. And then what my dad did was he had a tractor, and they said as they were leaving, by the way, that would be a cool fire break and an access road. Just drag the tractor that you have and drag it that way on your property line. we'll stop it at your property line, and we will wet down your yard. We'll just turn your sprinklers on, and then wet down your house with a deck gun from the pool water. And then while that's going, and mind you, it's my own dad's, you don't put the sprinklers on if you're on city water, but, you know, and just don't bother with the sprinklers in general. That doesn't help anything. Unless the firemen are in your yard, the sprinklers are not going to help you, because it's going to be burning debris going on your roof. And the aforementioned things stacking up against your house. But when they are there, when the actual firefighters are there, they would turn on the sprinklers and then wet down the roof with the deck gun, and the fire would stop at the line. And then if the embers went over that, it was just simple as one afternoon dragging the tractor down there. You can rent one. It's tilling the soil, and all of a sudden we have tilled up soil, and then we ran over it again and again with the tractor to compact the earth, and we had an instantaneous fire line along the property wall, even though we didn't even have a fence. And so later that became kind of a road, and we put a gate on it because poachers kept going down there and shooting up our wildlife. And so what we did was we put a gate on it, and then we handed the firefighters the keys, and they said, perfect, we are going to defend your property. And none else, because we didn't have any close neighbors, unfortunately. But in that whole neighborhood, that made them feel good about, they would see, firefighters don't enter a neighborhood unless they have 3 ways out, and of course we had one. They do not go to a ridge top if they have a shelter, unless they have a shelter in place option, because fires leap over ridges, and they go ridge top to ridge top. So they said, finally we have a reason to come up here, and if we were in this neighborhood, we have a place to shelter. So they would probably get water from my dad's place and drive all the way around once the brush fire thing had passed, and then go and try to save the rest of the structures we're probably catching at that moment. But really, that's what you do. You can be ready for any kind of disaster. Just if you don't know what your vulnerabilities are, go ask your neighborhood fire chief and say, could you tell me what I should do with my property? Yeah, and so, sorry, going back to chat, guys, I have to go real soon. So, going up. Well, Call of Duty, that was 56 Ace was your Call of Duty. Sick. I thought 56 Ace sounded cool. Yeah. Okay, Moore says it ran to the side of your house. Oh, man. I don't see the... Other than how can we be ready for a disaster, then it ran to the side of my house. I'm not sure what you're referring to, Morris. Lurk says, any of you welcome if you have an Instagram to check out what I found. I'm not on a lot, but posting sometimes. Yeah, you can go ahead and post your Instagram if you like. Morris says, I thought a meteorite exploded over my house like it did in Russia. Oh, with the lightning, that's what you refer. It went down the side of your house too. So yeah, you're in the lightning strike club. Zeus tried to assassinate so many people on my channel that night. You know, or Thor, whoever you believe in, right? So, and me twice, you know. So, a meteor is going to be making a really close flyby on November 2nd. Yeah. So, yeah, and so... Oh, Morris, you were there that night, weren't you? Yeah, I could still hear you screaming. I'm sorry, I just gave people PTSD with my broadcast that night. Yeah, that sounded like 21 cannons going off in my yard, like a 21-gun salute with, like, Gettysburg artillery. Yeah, it sounded a bit like Gettysburg. I've seen that movie. Yeah, that's too many baby snakes for a kid. Yeah, that was, those were adults. Those were adult snakes. The adult rattlesnakes get under a rock or under a deck, and all night they huddle for warmth, and they just hibernate throughout the winter. And, in groups. And so after I reported that, I go shaking like a leaf. Dad, there's snakes under the deck. There's snakes under the deck. Of course there are. Garter snakes are one of the most common snakes of the... No, Dad, you don't understand. Look. I don't think I need to get under there and look. I'm sure you just saw a look-alike snake. For example, bull snakes and the like can resemble a rattlesnake. 50 of them in a bowl. Then he goes, oh, well, rattlesnakes are probably the only ones that do that, yeah. Yeah, you can go to the, Instagram and do share the hype underscore, and that's a good thing. You know, I'm gonna link that for you. I just realized I could do that. So here, I promoted you. So I like to help my people. There, go check out. If you have an Instagram account, you can look at some of his pictures without being prompted to log in. And yeah, Morris says it was a very big explosion. Yes, yes, that was quite an explosive sound. And I have that recorded on my cell phone, as bad as that microphone is. I have to dig back there and look at the time date stamp. But guys, I gotta go. So, what I shall do here, I have to go for the day. I think I've got to restart the stream, so it goes throughout most of the night, because there's a 12-hour cutoff limit for all streams, but I think I could be back here within 12 hours. And, there's only 14 viewers right now, right? So what I'm gonna do, guys, sorry about this, I have to do it one more time, is, Sherlock says I've seen a big nest of garter snakes, but not a ball like that. Yeah, not many poison snakes up where you're at in Canada. Yeah, you're lucky. Canada's the promised land. I'm understanding this more and more. We needed to have won the War of 1812 and just kind of expanded our borders up there because, you know, you got oil and stuff, and whenever there's a country that has oil, it's clear that you need our protection. It's clear that you need our freedom. You need to be underneath the eagle's wings. It is very clear that we should kind of, you know, come with our troopers and liberate you from your lack of freedom and of your oil. It's a good trade. Really, you're going to be protected from now on. You have nothing to fear. We're the United States of America. We are the protective eagle. And now that you have oil, it's come to our attention that that Trudeau guy is completely oppressing you. You don't have to fear his tyranny any longer, because we're making plans. We're just sort of, you know, we're trying to figure out how to deal with the resistance. We hear that you have moose cavalry. Might be then beavers. You could send beavers our way, packed with explosives. So as soon as we work out those problems, your trained beavers, and the moose cavalry. But I'm sure once we figure that out, we'll be coming soon, you know, to give you your freedom and liberate your oil for our personal use. But it's a good trade. It's a good trade. So, all right, guys, I have to restart the stream. Sorry, I just made the decision. So what you have to do, I'm so sorry, if you like my stuff, hit the like button, and then you'll see my stuff in the future. Anything you like what I've said now, hit the like button on this video, for example, and then that tells Google you want to see more of my stuff. It'll be suggested. Hit the subscribe button, and you'll know when I go live. And so after all this fire stuff's over, I have all of my documentaries to craft and film, all about history, fire prevention, how to live through fires, my analysis. I will make it my business to go interview firefighters. I've interviewed old-timers, World War II vets. Man, have I got some really cool stuff. I just lost 5 viewers because I think people thought I was being serious. Oh my God, I gotta stop. Wow, okay. Guys was joking about invading Canada. Alright. Maybe it was because I was about to restart the stream. People hate that too, which I'm sorry. Okay, I've got 5 viewers back. Alright. Maybe that was a blip. So what you guys have to do, I'm sorry, hit the button that says subscribe with a ringing bell, and then you'll know when the stream goes live again. That's when I'm here to take open questions and answers. Throughout the nighttime, a lot of the time, or when I'm sleeping, I just leave it on. Just leave it on, you know, pilot chatter. So what you should do is hit that subscribe button. You got the joke, yeah. Thank you. I'm about to rename it Red Friday 3.5. I'm sorry. YouTube will delete my video if it goes over 12 hours in general. So I'm sorry. I have to split up the days. So 3 is the morning and 3.5 is the afternoon broadcast. So just hit that bell and touch with your finger if you're on mobile, or click with a mouse. If you're not on my name, you'll go to the channel, refresh that page, and you'll see my new broadcast. So restarting it, please come to the other side, and then I'm going to just be restarting this, and just with a new title. Red Friday 3.5 will be back in 2 minutes. See you on the flip side, guys. Please rejoin me. And thank you for being here.